So Navneet, I will start from you. Can I have your status, Navneet?
So I
How
have
far
done
you have completed?
the DGX of the HTML, and I was late from the first place that I told you. So I've completed the persistence one half, and will take one more half, and it will be complete.
Okay. What about fetching data? Have you
Because of
started it or
what's up?
the other exercise, fetching data from a storage?
No, sir.
So you're still working on persistent storage.
Yes, sir. So after completing the content validation, I had moved on to persistence.
Are you facing any issue?
Yes, sir. Yesterday I was facing some issue in Node.js. Then I have reinstalled it. So I was not able to open my Node.js.
For
And
JSON server?
then again reinstalled it. It was
Okay, Navneet, try to make it fast. Okay. Because from today again, we'll be having Angular assignments.
yes.
Deepak,
Sir, I'm trying to complete in this weekend, sir.
okay.
So due to university, I can join next day.
Yeah, it said that. Okay. And I think you are facing some issue with fetching.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, after this session, we can correct.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Rohini?
Yes, sir. I have working on fetching data, and I have also worked on optimization, that static optimization.
Optimization you have completed or you have
No, just started, sir.
Okay. What about fetching data? Is there any issue you guys are facing?
Yes, not actually. I'm not worked on that actually. Yesterday I have not joined a session. I have left the session in the middle. Today I will work on that.
What about Aishwarya?
Sir, I'm working on the fetching sprint. I I have some issues in that. I couldn't get idea on how to proceed with the code.
Displaying in the table.
Yes, like so overall, first of all, I know that we should have a separate method to get the data, but how to do that, I'm not able to figure out. So then I watched the recording from the day when I missed. So that is it, sir. I worked on the fetching part.
In that case, what I can do is I will share one more reference URL, guys. Okay, so that it will be helpful for you to start working on. Prashanchal, what about you?
Yes, sir. I have completed till persistent, and I will be working from today on fetching part. And by this weekend, I guess that I will be completing the rest of the.
Yeah. And one more thing, again, a reminder, guys. Prashanchal, Srihari, Shreyas, and Varsha, please add your enrollment number, your name.
Yes, sir. Doing it right away.
Okay. Srihari, what's your status?
Yes, sir. I have started working with fetching data, and I just wrote two methods to post data and get data.
Are you able to fetch data or not?
No, sir. It's not working. Don't know whether it's JSON server issue or it's an issue in my
So
code.
guys,
But,
one thing which I can suggest is, just a minute, I will share my screen and I'll tell you.
yes.
So guys, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, we can understand that sometimes JSON server is not working as expected. So even if your code is correct, sometimes you will not be able to figure it out whether data is fetched or not. Okay, this will be like a confused situation. Okay, you will not be able to understand whether your code is wrong or the problem is in the just JSON server. So okay, so what I suggest is, so do you remember this site, guys? JSON placeholder.typecode.com. Hope you all remember this. We use this for demonstration. Guys, I need your confirmation. Do you remember this website? Hello.
Yes, sir.
What about others?
It's already replied in chat.
Chat. Okay, I didn't receive the notification. Okay, sorry, guys. Okay, so what I suggest is, can you see there is one URL called post one comments? If I click on this, you can see it is opening a new tab, so a new page where you can see 5 posts. Can you see this, guys? I think it is visible. Okay, what I suggest you is, instead of trying to display contacts which you are going to fetch it from a JSON server, try to use this URL, because you will be assured that you will be getting 5 datas. Okay, so you can use this value. So post ID as first name, ID as last name, name, and email. So you can try to display these 4 values in your table. Is it clear, guys? Can you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So you will you can guarantee that this particular URL will be providing you with a JSON object of 5 different values. Okay. So you try to provide this URL in your fetch method where you are going to get the response. Okay. So after getting the response, again you need another method for iterating and displaying the content on the table. Okay. Is there anything else you have doubt in this? Okay, one more thing I will again share. Okay, before that, Srihari, what's your status?
Sir, I tried it for some time yesterday, and then I also gone through the links you shared that are related to displaying the data in a tabular format. All.
Okay,
I've gone through the links and gone through
got
websites.
some idea or?
Yes, sir. Got some idea, and we're working on day after the session again.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Next, Shreyas. Shreyas.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's your
So,
status?
so I've completed the persistence one, and I was trying to do the next one, that the fetch data one. So I didn't complete that. Hello, am I
Yeah.
audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. So I'll do it, sir, today. That will be.
Okay.
I'll complete that. Yeah.
Are you able to fetch data or you're working on a different thing?
No, sir. I'm working on it.
You just started, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Santosh, your status.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning, Santosh. Yeah.
Sir, I have completed. Yesterday, I did not attend the class, sir, due to
Okay.
electricity problem. I have completed 3 challenges yesterday, sir. Started persistence storage.
You just started and working on it.
Yes, sir. I'll complete it.
Okay. Santosh, please change your, add your enrollment number to your profile name.
Yes, sir. I'm adding now, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
Srihari, you do. Pranali,
Yes, sir.
what's your status, Pranali?
Yesterday I was working on fetching data, but after that at night I was worked on Java and HTML, so the JavaScript and that part is
But which JavaScript? I cannot get you.
11.1 and 12.1. Hello.
Yeah, 11.1.
The incomplete sprint, sir. I have completed that.
Okay.
And worked on the fetching data.
Fetching data, are you able to get some idea or
No, sir. No, sir. I have visited all the links, but I am not
still
getting
you're not able to
any.
get the idea? Okay.
Yes.
Share one more URL. Just a minute, guys. Okay. So what I will do is I will try to export this. I hope this will give you an idea. So okay, guys. I guess you are able to see my browser screen, right? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, guys. So this is just for a explanation, guys, just to give you an idea. Okay. So what you guys will be doing is you'll be sending a request and you'll be getting the data. Yes or no, guys? I think this part you will not be having any doubt. Fetching data, okay, because you already have the same code and the demo code which we have shared. You need to make some changes. That's it. Okay. So after fetching data, what you will do is you will have a JSON, a response, and that response you need to pass it to your another method. So here in this example, they are calling it as append JSON. Okay. So this is how your method should look like, guys. So here get element by ID. Okay. If you check this code, can you see T body with an ID table row in your HTML code? Yes, you will start working from this body tag. So first I will take this and you are getting an argument data and that data should be iterated with a for loop. So for each data, so if you consider this page, So my post ID, name, email, body. This is one object, and this is second object. Do you accept this or not, guys? Even yesterday I explained the same thing. The same, yeah. So now when I iterate this complete response with the for loop, for each iteration I'll be getting one object individually. So that's what happening here. So when I get one object, what should I do? Inside my table, I should add one row. So I'm just creating an element tr, and inside my row element, I need to provide values to my each of the cell. So I will run this code and I will show you what I have done. Okay, this is just for an example, guys. Okay, so what I did is, instead of fetching data from JSON server, what I did is I provided a button, and when I clicked on the button, and this is just for my verification whether it is fetching data or not. And when it fetches, can you see this, guys? First name will be one, last name will be one, email will be some content which was available in this page. ID, EX, ET, QAM, something like that. Okay, so what I did is, yeah. So each cell will be having a value. So here, if you are comparing with this data, my first value will be post ID. So here, object dot post ID will be providing you the value for first cell, first row, first cell. Next, similarly, object dot ID, object dot email, object dot body. So you can fetch any one of the elements from this particular object, and then each object will be within a TD tag. So that's it. And if you remember in your picture, yeah, can you see, you need to add a button. Okay, you need to add a button for each row. When I click on this button, it should open a dialog box, something like this. Okay, how this can be achieved? So what you need to do is, apart from this TD, you need to add one more TD tag, and inside TD tag, you need to provide a bootstrap button object. Okay, is it clear, guys? Yeah. Okay. So after providing the button, inside the button, you need to provide a method which will display your dialog box. Okay. Now then, I'm just appending my row to the table. So once done, your table will look something like this one. So here, I've not provided any customization to my button. It is just a blue button, and I've not provided any method also. So when I just click on it, it is not providing any response. Okay, but what should happen is, when you click on this button, you should get an output something like this one. So, okay, so where you can get this dialog box, if you check your HTML code, you can see there is a tag called model. Is it visible? Can I get a confirmation from all of you guys? Others? Yeah, thank you. So this model is responsible for displaying a dialog box. I can show you the Bootstrap page also. You can see that. See, model, use Bootstrap JavaScript plugin to add dialogues to your site. So they have already mentioned how it works also. Okay, so the same thing has been used in our HTML page. So you don't want to create any dialog box. By default, they are provided in your HTML page. Only thing you need to do is, you need to display it. And for this, please refer this website. Okay, they have provided what thing you need to do. Okay, so what happens when I click on this button? A method will be called, and that method will display my dialog box, which is defined in this model class. This is clear, guys. I hope now it is much better than yesterday. Okay. So hope you guys can start working, and if you start maximum within 1 hour, you can complete it because you already have a method to fetch. You just need to iterate over it and display it on a table. Yeah, sure, Deepak. I will share the link. Anything else, guys? Is there still you are not able to understand anything in fetching data? Okay. I will share the link also. Please refer to it. And Barsha, yesterday you asked for a query. Is your issue resolved or are you facing still any issue?
No, sir. Actually, I asked ma'am also.
Okay.
So, actually, not resolved, but yeah, I tried. Ma'am told me.
I think the problem is with your configuration, right?
It was showing its style CSS file.
Yes.
Error. Only this, not in the JS.
Okay.
Don't. I'll ask by this and after the session.
Okay, Barsha. So guys, I have shared the URL on Mentor Notes Slack channel. Okay, Santosh, Pranali, Ajay, please add your enrollment number. Ajay, what's your status? Have you started working with the next exercise?
Yes, sir. Data is coming, but I have to add button also no? That I work with.
Oh, you are able to create the table. It is working fine.
Yes.
Just need to add a button, and when you click on that particular button, the complete contact details of that particular user has to be displayed.
Yes.
Okay. So try to complete it and update it as soon as possible, Ajay.
Yes, sir.
What about this? One more thing. And please remember, guys, I'm repeating again. Try to use this URL for your for fetching data, okay? Because sometimes the server is not JSON server is not working as expected. Santosh. Yeah, Santosh, I think your name, but it is fine, Santosh. But when we check the log, it will be available. By displaying, it is not visible, but it is fine. So, is there anyone have completed static asset optimization? Hello. Okay, Varsha, I know you are working. What about others, guys? Did anyone tried it? So, Rohini, what happened? Have you completed it or?
No, sir. I have actually, I'm confusing with that commands.
Okay, the order of execution.
Yes.
Guys, if you remember last like near about 7 o'clock, I just shared one link webpack.
Yes, ma'am.
You just go through that and check. It just give you each and every steps over there written. What are the commands you need to run?
Okay, so you can continue.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. First of all, Johnson has already taken a stock, whatever you have completed. As of now, today we are going to start with a new content. We are just moving our shoes into an Angular path. Before going forward for Angular, we just start with first of all TypeScript that is going to be used in Angular. Okay, guys. So first, I just start with a TypeScript, and after that, we are just moving forward our shoes into like Angular part. One more thing, guys. You just on your laptops for some of the things like I just need to tell you that you need to install this. Okay, and check whether it's working fine or not into a machine. Okay, if it is working fine, then otherwise, if you face any problem in installation at all, so I just check during a session only. At least I want you just run one demo parallelly with me. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm just sharing my screen. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just sharing the screen. Guys, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm just put it into a map. I'm just going to show you some of the codes. Now you just need to tell me whether these codes are executable or not. Okay, before going that, I just would like to ask you, are you able to compile JavaScript code? I want reply from all guys. Okay, when do you see the errors? we know that whenever there are the two stages of your code, right? Beta, I'm not asking where, I'm asking when do you see the errors? Varsha, you have written control. I'm saying when do you see errors? Not where. Guys, I'm audible to you or not?
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Guys, what happens to you? Guys, why are all of you are not writing? Navneet is saying when running the code. Guys, I have asked you when do you see the error? It's compile time or runtime. You need to answer either a compile time or either a runtime. In Java, you see the error at runtime.
No, ma'am, in Java compile time errors.
In compile time error, okay. But when we just talk about JavaScript, if you see, I just asked you, are you able to compile the JavaScript code?
No, that errors are runtime.
That errors are runtime.
Runtime.
Okay. Before your program is running, that's basically a compile time part. When your program is running, that is your runtime. In JavaScript, whatever the errors occurs at, that should be at runtime only. It means if any errors occur at runtime, then the execution time will be increased. Okay. Now, I just come to later on. Just tell me whether this, are you able to see one code in front of you? You just need to tell me whether this code is executable or not. What is the error? Guys, I have two values and yeah, it's not two values, there's two variables.
Two variables but one value.
Someone has written two values. That is clear. Due to this value 2, we got error. Now, come to the next. If we just write this, is there any error in this? Can we execute this code successfully at runtime? Varsha, can we execute beta?
I'm thinking it will show error during runtime.
If we just talk about JavaScript only, we are not able to compile the JavaScript. We don't know the concept how to compile a JavaScript kind of code. If you look at only, we are just running. If you remember, one day I just show you how to run JavaScript code. When I have installed Node,
Yes, yes, with the node command.
okay, Node, yeah, your class, your script.js after that. It means the value of this value one is constant. We are not able to modify. We are not able to change the value of constant. So it means this code is also gives you the error. So if you just when you just write, we just got the message this, welcome to JavaScript, constant value 1 equal to 100, value 1 equal to 200. But when you assign value 1 equal to 200, it gives you the error message. Have a look, guys. And what is the error message? Assignment to constant variable. Have a look. If you just read runtime error, stating type error, assignment to constant variable. Okay, now moving forward. Now, guys, have a look another code. Can you please tell me whether this code executes or not? I'm talking about JavaScript techniques. We know that JavaScript is run at runtime. Just think like that. What is the issue here, guys? If you look at, here, message is not a function. If you just look at, yeah, it is calling message method. Okay. Now, if you see, message is not a function. You got this? Console.log is the error message over there. Now, come to the next part. Now, guys, can you please tell me whether this particular code executes or not? What is the issue in this particular code? Value var value 1 is 100, var value 2 is 200. Navneet, what will be the error? Ajay, you said it will execute, but beta, you just look at the line number 3. All have replied. Great. Guys, if you remember, what we need to write, if we need to print anything, console dot log should be there. We got the error. Now, this is our error. What it says, console log is not defined. If you look at console log is not defined. Now, now the question is, Do you see these errors during a compiled or runtime? What about others? Navneet, Sidesh, Santosh. Chiri Hari. Okay, Sidesh, sorry, I just missed it. Varsha, beta, remember we are talking about JavaScript.
Yes.
Okay, if I just talk about JavaScript, so we are not able to compile the JavaScript, na beta. So whatever the errors occur, so that will be at runtime only, na.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay, so you need to take care. Okay, now moving to next part. Now, guys, there is another code in front of you. If you look at this particular code, do you find anything wrong in this particular code? Will it give you the expected output or display an error? Okay, let's take an example. We just assume this is as a function. Guys, in place of var, you just assume it as a function over there. Okay, just assume this is not a variable, it is a function. You just assume like that. Now you just tell me what happens. Then it will run. But if you look at the method name, what it says, concat string. We would like to concat the string. We know that JavaScript, in JavaScript, we have not defined a type of the, like whatever the variable we have declared, it is decided at runtime. Whatever the value we have passed, guys, according to that, if you remember. Now, if you look at this particular code in front of you, we would like to concat the string. But what will be the result? Can you please tell me? Guys, have a look. Santosh, Ajay, recheck your answer beta first. Deepak, Pranali. Okay, let's, guys, I'm taking it as a function, concat string, string1 comma string2. Return string1 plus string2. We are calling a function, concat string. We are passing 3 and 4. It means we are calling this particular method. 3 is going to copy in string1, 4 is going to copy in string2. When we write 3 plus 4. On numbers, if we use plus operator, then it behaves as an arithmetic operator. Guys, am I right? It just add these two numbers and it give you the result is 7. Because in JavaScript, we have not defined a type here. We have not defined any type. At runtime, if I just pass 3, 4, it gives me 7. If I pass string 1 as a hello, the string 2 as a word, it gives me hello word. Guys, point is clear? It gives you the result as 7, but I want to concatenate the string. It means I want the result as a 34. It's not giving the output, expected output. Have a look, guys. Result is 7. Expected output is 34, but I am getting 7. Guys, point is clear? Okay. Now, if I want expected output according to the situation, then what I need to write? I'm just writing a thing into a chat window in place of just opening any notepad or something. You just type that. If I want the output as 34, what we need to write? Yeah, great. All you have replied. Now come to the next part. Do you think we should avoid any such errors or unexpected output at runtime? It is a good thing to catch errors at runtime. Okay. Is there any way like to catch these errors at compile time? No. Now we are going to learn how to catch these errors at compile time, guys. Guys, we know that it is always better to catch errors during compile time rather than seeing it runtime. Imagine you are working on a large scale JavaScript project like GitHub. You notice many syntaxes, references, and you have a lot of type errors. If you just visit, there is one of the website codeorigin.jquery.com. Then you will get a very big list of JavaScript files that's available in so many of projects. If you open a single JS file that contains near about thousands of lines of code, guys, and executing these JS files may throw many runtime errors, guys. And it is if you have a more than 1,000 line of code in JS file, it is quite difficult to understand where you are getting an error. Guys, if you remember in your code also, when you did the validation, you got lots of error according to variable name. It's quite difficult for us to understand what's the error. The screen is showing for a little, for a very small short of time also. So we are not able to catch it. It is quite difficult for the developers to fix this kinds of error. Now our task is we would like to catch, we would like to find out all of these errors at compile time. There is a way, with the help of that, we are able to find out these errors at compile time. Now we are going to learn TypeScript, guys. TypeScript saves us time catching errors, providing fixes before run the code. It basically saves our time, catches the errors, and provide fixes before we run code. Now, build interactive web pages using TypeScript. We are going to build interactive web pages using TypeScript, guys. Now the point is clear. What we are going to learn, TypeScript. TypeScript helps us to execute the JavaScript code. Now, first of all, what we are going to learn, identify the different data types that is available in TypeScript. Create a class to avail the benefits of object-oriented technique. Then differentiate between a type alias and an interface, and decorators for adding annotation to the class declaration and member styles. Now, first we are going to talk about a simple TypeScript code. So guys, first we all need to install TypeScript. What you need to do, go to your Visual Studio or either a command prompt. You just need to run npm install globally install TypeScript. Otherwise, you need to install TypeScript into your each and every project. Just install it globally and check. Just open your VS and just run this command. When you done, just type me done and check whether your TypeScript is installed or not. TSC TypeScript hyphen version. We need to check the version. Either write -v or either write hyphen version. Ashwara, it's giving you the version also, beta.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Guys, when you all have done or if you have any error, you just let me know. All have done? Anyone left? You just unmute and just talk.
Ma'am, now I'm getting error while get in version.
You are getting error, Rohini.
Yes, ma'am.
In your account, do you have admin rights? For error, it just says TSC is not recognized, something like that.
TSC. No, no, can't.
Wait. Rohini, you share your screen. I have already enabled.
Yes, ma'am.
Share screen people.
Ma'am, host disable participant.
What? No, I have already enabled. Okay, I just make you wait. Ajay, do you also have error? Wait, I just check.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, Rohini, your screen is visible. You just what to say that data this cannot be loaded because running script is disabled in this section. For information, see about the line number, the script. It says running.
Rohini, can you try with this command tsc hyphen hyphen version?
Yeah, you just write this. Johnson, it might be in my machine also. I have a problem. I'm not able to run any TypeScript right
No,
now.
no, no.
Version.
Type the full word.
Full. Just like Java, hyphen version when we are splitting. VERSION. Just press enter.
No.
Johnson, if you look at it, says.
No. This issue is related to PowerShell. Type CMD, Rohini.
Yes, sir.
Enter. Now type the command tsc -version. Now it will work. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So by default, your terminals in VS Code will be using PowerShell. Okay. In PowerShell, some scripting are disabled. Okay.
As I said, the scripts are disabled. Either for this, we need to enable a script.
Or you can go with CMD. It will be better one.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You just simply type CMD and you just check over there in that.
And you can also make CMD as your default terminal. I will share the link for it. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Either way, you just go for that. Rohini, you just stop. Ajay, you also getting the same error?
Resolve, ma'am.
Sidesh, try with coming from.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Done.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What's Ajay get? Sidesh also the same? Okay. Anybody is getting TSC is not recognized if yes, or otherwise all are able to run. Okay, guys, you all are able to run it. Johnson, I need your help. I need your screen because in my case, once again, in while like properties are not setting.
Okay.
It's going to be resolved by a person like.
Okay, I will create new project and then okay.
You just, I just tell you what you need to type over there. Or either you just give me the permission. You just share your screen.
Yeah. Yes, Anjali.
I'm just requesting the permission.
Okay.
I have requested.
Yeah, approved.
Okay. Now, guys, I just do.
Okay.
You have created any folder or something?
No. It is just an empty.
Okay, just open one folder in this. Desktop. I'm just going to create a one folder. Okay, guys, I'm just going to create one file. First of all, just show you the one more thing. If you're going to create, if you remember in JavaScript, what is extension? .js, guys. Here, the extension is .ts, guys. Okay. Now I'm just going to create a one file welcome.ts. Now if you would like to just write one message, I'm just going to write console.log the same way we did in JavaScript. I'm just going to write hello. Okay. Now you just open your integrated browser, terminal. Then you have not installed TypeScript now?
I have installed. I have installed.
You have installed it. Okay. Now we are in this. So how you are able to run? You need to write, guys, tsc welcome.ts. Guys, have a look. When you compile this file, we are compiling the ts file. If you look at when you compile this ts file, one file is generated and its extension is welcome.js. Guys, now we are going to run this JS file. We already know how to run a JS file. Either you design one HTML page or either you are able to run directly over this integrated browser. You just need to write node welcome.js. What happened?
Was empty. Welcome.js.
But what this I'm just checking the what? Okay, I think I have not saved this page.
Yeah.
That's also over there. Wait a minute, guys. I have not saved this file. Just overwrite. If you just look at. Guys, have a look. The same code is over there in welcome.js. Now, if you try to run this particular file, you will get the output. Hello. There are the two ways of running the TypeScript code. First, we need to compile the TypeScript code. For compilation, just like your Java, we need to write tsc for TypeScript, your file name dot ts. The extension for TypeScript is .ts, guys. Okay, guys. Now, when you just compile this, it generates one JS file. Either you just run your this JS file like node welcome.js, or either you just create one HTML page and just define your script over there. Whatever you would like to do it, you just do it like that. You need to define your welcome.js. Now you just once again run it with your live server. Here you just once again need to check over the console. Hello is coming over there. Okay, guys. Now you also tried the same thing. Then after that, I just moving forward for another demo. Guys, when you have done, you just tell me.
Ma'am, in index.html, we have to give the path of JS file, na?
Yes.
And where to the path of TS?
Where to?
Means no need to give the path of TS file.
No, we have already compiled now TS file.
Yes.
Guys, any doubt? First, we are generating a TypeScript code. When we compile the TypeScript, it generates a JavaScript file and we need to run the JavaScript. What happens in JavaScript? We just get the errors at runtime. But by writing a TypeScript code, whatever the errors we have, it just moves to compile time. Sudesh, what is not working for you?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
ma'am, but here the TS file, it did not do any compilation. It gives us directly the output. Hello.
Where? Because if you just have you read it's Deepak or who is it?
Ma'am, Prashant.
To start cell. Directly you are getting output, you are saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But if you have you run this TS welcome.ts?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are getting output directly.
Yes, ma'am. Here we are
How?
getting directly output as hello.
How is it
You are
possible?
using node welcome.ts or?
No, sir. I am asking the question because here in the TS file we have written console.log hello, right?
Yes.
But what we are trying to do, we are trying to compile it before the runtime, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. But when we are running the program, it directly giving us as output hello. It is
Yes.
not giving us any compiling thing that it's been compiled or something. That's my question.
No, Prasanjal, I think you have took it in a different way. Okay, just think of Java, like Anjali said. Okay, if you want to run a Java file on any machine, you need a class file. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Class file will be generated only when you compile the Java code. Yes.
Yes, yes, sir.
The same thing is happening here. You
But
need to create
yeah.
a TypeScript file. When you compile it, it will check for errors or other things. If it is successful, it will generate a JavaScript file.
Got it, sir.
This JavaScript file can be executed on any environment. It can be a browser or a node environment.
Yes, sir. Got
Is
it.
it clear?
Yes, sir.
It's just an intermediate layer. That's it.
Guys, what happens? We are not going to write a JavaScript directly. First, whatever the code we need to write in JavaScript, we just write that code according to TypeScript. Okay. As you see here only, your TypeScript code is converted into this. Just take an example of Java. We have created one .java file. We just compile it. .class file is generated by the compiler. Here also, .js file is generated by the compiler, the TypeScript compiler. So when you get welcome, like your file .js file, you just run it on any environment. There are the two ways. Either you just run your JS file with the help of Node, or either you just run it with HTML file. Sudesh, anything? You just raise hand, beta.
ma'am. Actually, when I'm running that welcome TSC welcome.ts, it is not giving any output.
Yeah, why it is not giving any output? Because
What
if
is
you remember, take an example of Java. In Java, if there is no error, are you getting any output?
that is what I was thinking. If there is any error, it will display that error, right?
Now, I'm just going to do error. No, it is JS file, sorry. It is a JS file. No? Wait, I just going to welcome.ph file. Okay, I'm just generating one error over there, guys. Have a look. I'm just saving a file. I'm just recompiling it. tsc welcome.ps. Now, guys, have a look. Cannot
Okay.
find name. Just think just like your Java. When you run any Java, when you just compile any Java file, if there is no error, what we get? We just get the prompt over there. In the same way, here also we get the prompt. If there is an error, it just gives us the error the same way. The line number is just giving you and just highlighting also where there is an error. Guys, point is clear. Can you please? Okay. Kursachal. Now,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you. Now come to the next part. I'm just going to create another file. Add.ts. The file name is add.ts. Okay, I'm just going to write one function. First, have a look. Don't write it. You have already this also. You just compile with me. Then after that, there's no need. You already like have idea about that. Now, I'm just going to create one function in TypeScript. Just compare with JavaScript. Function add will be there. I want one add function that takes 2 arguments and it returns the result. In JavaScript, what happens whenever we need to create any add function, we just need to declare our variables. Like, I'm just taking, like, you just don't confuse num1 comma num2. You just write like this if you remember in JavaScript. But when we talk about TypeScript, we need to declare the data type also, guys. For numeric type of data, we have a data type number. Now, you need to declare a return type also. Have a look how you are just returning a data type, return type, colon number. Your function add num1 is your argument. Here, guys, if you remember in Java, if you need to declare any variable, how you just write it? If you remember, first you need to write data type, then you declare a variable. But in TypeScript, what happens? First, we need to write variable. Then after that, we need to write the data type. This is the difference. Remember, guys, point is clear. First, variable name. Num1 is the variable name. Colon, number is the data type. If anyone have idea about the Python. Okay, guys, I'm just removing this. Return num1 plus num2. We have declared one function. Now, we are just going to declare a certain variable that we are going to pass in this. I'm just going to declare, taking a same example that I have showed into a slide. I'm just going to declare one variable let a colon number, and I would like to assign a value also in this. Let's take an example. I'm just going to assign 10. Let b colon number equal to 20. Now we would like to call the function, or either you just directly call your function. Guys, remember the part of Java. If your function is returning something, you are able to call that function in system.out.println. My add function is returning one value, then we are able to call this particular function into console.log. We just need to write constant message. If you want, I have written some dot something. Plus operator is your concatenation operator. I'm just calling this particular function add. I'm just passing a comma b, or if you want to give default values, so you can give directly default values also. There is no issues in that, right? Okay. Now, if we just save it and try to run this tsc, the file name is add.ts. It generates add.js file. Once again, if you look at your JS file is generated. Have a look, guys. Guys, and see the difference also. We know that in JavaScript, we don't have any data types. So if you see, there is no data types, guys. Now, once again, I'm just going to add.ts file. I'm just going to declare one more variable let t, and I'm just going to declare its data type as a string. I just tell you what are the data types available. Just wait for a while that also. Just think like that. For numbers, we have, for numeric data, we have number. For string type of data, we have a string data type. You just think like that right now. Later on, I just discuss it more. Now I'm just going to write Anjali over there in a string type of variable. Now I'm just going to write console.log once again and just putting message some the plus operator. I'm just calling this method once again with a comma c, guys. If I save the code, if I try to compile this code once again, is it compile or we get error? You have not replied and it gives you the output. Guys, have a look. What is the data type of C? String. But add function just take what kind of parameters? Number type of parameters. It gives you error here. Argument of type string is not assignable to number type. We are not able to do this. But when we just talk about in JavaScript, we are able to do that also. Guys, point is clear. Now we need to just comment this particular line of code. Guys, can you just try this one also? And after that, you know how to compile and run. I just discuss more about later on. Guys, when you done, you just tell me. I'm waiting.
Ma'am, if you want to run this from HTML, then we have to pass the in the script na path.
JavaScript file. Yes.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
after that command, this the install command, I'm getting the output via node only. I'm not getting the output via, like, it's not compiling the file to the JS.
You mean this command is not getting executed? ESC file name .es.
Yes.
Wait, Suresh, I'm just stop sharing.
I've joined through the phone. I can't share the screen.
You just share the code, what the command you have compiled, like written.
See, for installing, you have used -g, right? -g.
Yes, -g. Yeah.
Johnson, if they just create a folder for every file, if they just create one folder, so corresponding to this folder TypeScript, if it is not -g, then locally it is installed even then for each and every code. Okay, you just
Or else you can set a pic on Slack.
Okay, I'll copy it and I'll share it on YouTube.
either on the Slack, if you are not joined from laptop.
Yes.
If you just look at, you are saying you are not able, you are just able to, like, you are running TS file with Node.
Yes, ma'am. If I type this node space sample, like I've created a sample file, sample.ts, it is giving me the output which I want to.
Peter, what happens? Why you have not compiled the file?
Ma'am, I've tried to compile it, but it is giving me an error. That's what I'm saying.
What error?
The error is file this cannot be loaded because running scripts is disabled on your system. For more information,
What we told you, what you need to do, you just need to write CMD over there. Where are you at the time?
Where CMD?
See, in your visual code.
Wait. I just told. Wait.
Okay.
I just told you.
Huh.
What you need to do, you have a Visual Studio terminal with you?
Yes, ma'am.
You just simply type on Visual Studio terminal CMD.
CMD.
Yes.
Yeah, comment.
Press enter.
Yeah.
After that.
Okay. And now I need to do
now
it.
Just write TSC.
TSC.
Yeah. Sample.ts.
Dot.
The file name is sample now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah, it compiled.
When we just told the same thing to all, where were you over there?
Ma'am, I thought you were saying to open the CMD. I didn't know you were.
You just run with CMD also. That is also fine. What happens when we just
the location should be okay.
So what I was thinking was like, you were saying to open the CMD and try this, but now I saw that you're doing it in the visual code. So I didn't know here I need to type the CMD. So that was the difference.
Anyone else having doubt in this?
Ma'am, please run the index.html because when I'm running, I'm not getting the output.
In previous also?
Yes, in previous also.
Have you write your script src, your .js file name over there?
Yes.
Have you checked the console.log, like control shift I? Console log?
Wait, ma'am, I'll check.
You are not going to get the output on browser. You need to open the console, developer console, because we are using console.log, guys.
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting the output.
Now, okay. Console, I just stopped sharing. Meanwhile, I just later on tell you when I just want to.
Okay.
You just stop. Okay. Thank you, Console.
Okay.
Once again, I'm just sharing my screen. Guys, just give me a minute. I just come within a minute. Okay. Only 1 minute.
Sir, hello.
Yes.
Sir,
Say.
for the every time we need to run that CMD command and then we need to run that TS.
That's what's this. There are, I think, if you follow 3 steps, you can make CMD as your default shell. Okay. I will share that on Slack. Step
Okay,
1,
sir.
step 2. Okay, I will share that.
Okay, sir.
Okay, guys, I just flagged. Now, guys, any doubt? Anyone have any doubt? I'm just repeating once again. Have a look. Whenever you need to work with TypeScript, what you need to write npm install -g TypeScript, then TypeScript is installed. After that, you need to check whether the TypeScript is working fine or not. You just write -v or -version also we are able to write it to check. Your TypeScript file is going to compile. The extension for TypeScript is .ts. You need to write for compilation just like your Java. tsc filename.ts. When you compile the TypeScript file, it generates one JS file. You need to run the JS file either with using a node or either with using a HTML. Any one of the way you just use it. One more thing, if you get error while writing this command tsc-v and it says your scripting is disabled, so what you can do, you just type cmd over there. So your Visual Studio integrated browser is converted into a command prompt browser over there, Windows default browser.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
ma'am, then we have to write a command CMD in place of TSC-V, na?
Beta, only one time we need to write CMD.
Okay.
Okay, only one time we need to write CMD. The command should be same. We need to once again write ts filename.ts. For compilation, we need to write this. Don't confuse, yaar. You already did Java a lot, guys. What happens? This Visual Studio does not support scripting to run the script file. What we do, we just convert Visual Studio browser into the Windows default command prompt over there. We are just changing that part, guys. Compilation, it's not like we need to write CMD. We need to write CMD command only once. For compilation, we need to write tsc file name.tsc. Guys, have a look. This already I have completed. Read one simple TypeScript. Declare a function that accepts data of particular data type. Call the function with expected data type and call once again with different data type. We already did. One as a number and another as string. Now come to the next part. When we just talk about TypeScript stands an unusual relationship to JavaScript, or we can say it is a superset of JavaScript, guys. If you just look at this diagram, it is basically a Venn diagram kind of thing. If you just look at over there, guys, this is your JavaScript that have prototype, dynamic type, constructor functions. And this is ECMAScript, and this is your TypeScript. It contains interfaces, generics, and it is strongly typed, guys. If you remember, we just talk about the dynamic type and a static type over there in JavaScript. We talked about like when we just talk about this particular TypeScript is strongly typed kind of language. But when we just talk about JavaScript, JavaScript is dynamically typed language. Why we are saying JavaScript is dynamically typed language? There is no need to declare a data type. Whatever the value we just assign at runtime, the data type will be that. That's why it's basically dynamically typed, this JavaScript. Right. JavaScript offers all of the JavaScript features, one additional layer on the top. And that is basically strongly typed. Right. JavaScript provides language primitive like when we just talk about string number, but it does not check if you have consistently assigned these. While TypeScript does. If we just declare any variable in JavaScript, it does not check, but TypeScript checks. This means that our existing working JavaScript code is also a TypeScript code. We can say like this, guys. Our JavaScript code can also be a TypeScript code. What is the main benefit of using a TypeScript? If you see, it can highlight unexpected behavior in your code. And the bug should be less at runtime. It just, whatever the bug occurs, it just give you at compile time. We are not able to compile the JavaScript code, guys. Now it just give you TypeScript. If you compile, it generate a JS. Now you just run this JS file. Remember, the browser cannot run TypeScript. Somewhere you just jotted down this point. Anyone can ask you about that. Are we able to run TypeScript file on browser? No, we are not able to run TypeScript file on browser. Come to the next part. Now there is a difference between statically typed and dynamically typed language. A language is statically typed if type of a variable is known as during compile time. The programmer must specify the type of each variable, just like your Java language, C, C++, TypeScript also come in that. What happens? What is the benefit of that? Advantage is that all kind of checking can be done by the compiler. Whatever the bug occurs, that can be catched early stage. We don't need to wait for the runtime. In dynamically typed language, a language is dynamically typed if type is associated with runtime values, not named variables or fields. The programmer can write quicker because there is no need to specify the type every time. There is no compiler to do static type checking. So that's why there is a probability of getting errors at runtime. Just like your language, Perl, Ruby, Python, JavaScript. If you just look at the example in Java, guys, if you remember string foo equal to foo, the first example is of Java. The second one is corresponding to TypeScript. Let value colon string equal to foo. This is an example corresponding to your JavaScript. Let foo equal to foo. Now come to the next part. What are the data types that are available in TypeScript, guys? You already know what do you mean by a data type? It's basically an attribute of data which tells the compiler or interpreter how the programmer intend to use the data. All the data types here are of primitive type, except there is one data type that is of object type. In TypeScript, all the data type is of primitive type, except one that is object. That I come to that. Just take an example. If you want, you just compare with like when you just start working, guys. So please compare the TypeScript with Java. Okay. If you look at in front of you, we have a string data type or textual data. How you declare let str string hello. If you just look at number, integer or floating point number, let value colon number 100. Boolean for storing two type of results, either true or false. Enum, just take an example of your Java for storing constant values, guys. The same way. Have a look. We are just declaring a enum by using a keyword enum. Label is your enum name, guys. Now, union. If we talk about union, it means you are declaring one data type that either takes string type of data or it may take number type of data. It just takes both kind of data. It means any kind of data it just stores. Array, a sequential storage of data accessed by your index numbers. Let marks is your array name and its data type is number. Guys, have a look how you need to write it. The syntax. Only we need to learn the syntax here. Now, tuple. Similar to array, but elements are of different data type. Tuple is also a sequence of store a data in sequential manner, but in tuple, we are able to store a data of multiple types. Have a look, guys. Let person, we are storing a data of string and number type. If you look at Kunal and 208, this is a difference between array and tuple. Array can store a data of similar type, whereas tuple can store a data of multiple types. Guys, any doubt in this? till right now? We know that it takes time to learn the syntax. But when we just talk about the concept is once again a stage. Okay, come to the next part. Object type. Sudesh, wait beta, I'll just tell you, any beta, it means when we declare a variable, we just define it of any type. Wait, I'll just tell you, wait a minute. I'll just type something so that you all are able to understand that also and union also. Wait a minute. Have a look. I'm just going to declare one variable let. Our variable name is A. I need to write any. If I declare a variable like this, it means if I write A equal to 10, if I write A equal to 100, it will not give you error. Today's point is clear, beta. If you look at this answer also, let value equal to n equal to hello, let value any 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, guys, if you remember in the function demo, we are just adding two numbers. We have declared num1 data type as number. If we declare num1 data type as string, your pipe symbol and number, it means this num1 can take either string type of data or either number type of data. Then that particular code will not give you error. It means this num1 can either take string or number. Okay. Now come to the next part. Object type. Object data type can store collection of data, whereas primitive data type can only store a single data, guys. In JavaScript, the fundamental way that we group and pass around data is through objects. In TypeScript, we repeat those through object types. Object types are defined by listing their type and properties, guys. The type part of each property is optional, in which case it is assumed to be of any data type. We are not going to declare a type part of each property. That is optional. If you want, you just do it. Otherwise, just take it like. One more thing, they can be anonymous and can be named using interface and named using type alias. So I just come to that in future, talking about these things later on. If we just, guys, if you remember the anonymous object type, if you are just declaring any variable and just calling a one function over there, I just show you the type example also so that you just have an idea about that, how to declare that. One more thing, if you remember, object types can also specify that some or all the properties are optional. for defining the optional, we need to add one symbol, that is question mark. Guys, if you remember in Java, you call some of the methods. In those methods, some parameters are optional. If you don't pass it, it will not give you the error. In a same manner, if you don't give some properties, so it will not give error. So that then we need to write question mark over there. Now, I'm just going to tell you the anonymous object type, how to write an anonymous object type. Here only I'm just going to write. Let's take an example. I'm just going to design a one function. My function name is greet. Person that have certain properties like name, and this is of string type. And another is age, and it is of number type. Now, where this curly braces is closed, I'm just going to this parenthesis. Now just going to write a body of this particular function, guys. Simply I'm just return hello plus we are just calling person dot name. Guys, what I'm doing, what I have written over there, function, and my function name is greet. I would like to pass one argument of object type. What I have written, person colon curly braces. We are just declaring a first argument over there corresponding like first value, first property that it contains name, and it is of string type. We are declaring a age, and it is of number type. We just closing this greet, and we are just writing a function body. In function body, what we have written, return hello. Now guys, if you remember, I need to access this property name. In JSON, what you need to write? In Java, what you need to write? If you have a class, if you would like to access any property, you need to write object dot name, object dot property. Same here, we need to write person dot name. I would like to access name. If I would like to access age, then we need to write person dot age. This is basically an anonymous object. We have not given any name to the object. If you just go back, wait. Guys, first of all, just tell me in this, do you have any doubt in this particular part? I want reply from all guys. If you have, you just ask me. Okay. Now, if we just, nothing is written over there na, for that. Guys, you just jot down this code somewhere and just try to run it later on. Just call the greet method. Okay. I need like, I'm just clearing this. I just show you this demo later on. Wait for a while to print the details of university student. I just come it later on because I need to once again take a remote of Johnson machine. So I just wait for that. Now, guys, can you just answer me some quick check? Which of the following declaration are variable in TypeScript? Guys, when we just talk about, we are able to write two also. Now you just type into your, you already have one of the file with PSC, just type this var my var equal to 123. Click. Into your machine.
Ma'am, in TS file, na?
Yeah, in TS file. Okay. We are not going to run any JS file right now. Na? We are just working with TS. Today we are just going to work this.
It's giving error.
What it says?
Property or signature expected.
Property
And also declaration or statement expected.
Giving error now?
Yes.
Just try for second one also.
Okay.
Santosh, you have written it's giving you error or what, Pita?
Ma'am, I think I have done some mistake. I am not getting any error. I will check it once again.
Same, ma'am. Even I'm not getting any error.
For me also, ma'am, my var is equal to 123, not giving any error.
And it is compiling too.
It is
Yes, ma'am.
compiling. So I'm just saying that, na. Beta, why you have got, what error you have got over there? If you just write where this, all, like if I'm just not wrong, all of the above we are able to run in TypeScript.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
The answer for this is 4. Who got the error? Can you just tell your name, Mita?
I edited in the previous code, that's why now I'm not getting the error.
Now you are not getting error.
Yes.
Yes. In TS, you are not getting any error. Guys, point is clear. Why I just tell you so that you just remember. If you just hands on, na, this is totally new. If all of the above is the answer for this. Now, which of the following is valid union type? Union type means we are able to declare, like we just declare one variable that have any of the type. I want reply from all guys. Yes, if you look at beta, symbol is pipe. I have already told you, not comma. And it is not square bracket, it is parenthesis, guys. The correct answer is 2.
Yes, ma'am. I've given the correct one first. Then I got confused.
Confused and you just give me a
Yes.
no issues. Okay, this is the part. Okay, guys, let's take a 10-minute break. The quick, it's already 11 o'clock. 11:10, we just resume and just we need to cover 2, 3 things only after that. And I just show you some of the demos also. Just take 10 minutes quick break and just come at, guys, I'm not going to wait. I just start directly at 11:10. We are just writing the same, the accessor and mutators over there, guys. This is your function name, colon, its return type. Okay. Now, if you look at, we need to return a value returning this dot address. We are just closing this. We are closing a class. Now we need to create a object. The same we did in JavaScript. New customer. Your argument customer ID, your name, and your address. Constant. This is your object name customer. Now we need to call this method get address. So what we can do, customer dot get address. If you just print it console.log, it just give you Park Street, New York, guys. Guys, any doubt in this part? You need to remember in TypeScript, constructor name is constructor. If there is an ambiguity between a field, so we need to use this keyword to refer the current class object. Only you need to remember first variable name, then data type.
Ma'am, can you again explain the last 3 lines?
These 3 lines?
Yes.
Okay, wait. So I'm just going to use annotator. It's Varsha, Pranali?
It's
Ma'am,
Pranali.
Pranali.
ma'am,
Yeah.
sorry for this, but my laptop stuck in between. Can you please?
I need to repeat whole this window.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In TypeScript, we are able to create a classes also, guys. Just take a comparison from your Java. I just declare a one class with the variable class. Wait, let me just change the color also. Okay. Now we need to declare the 3 fields: customer ID, name, and address. We declared. We need to declare a constructor in TypeScript. Constructor name should be constructor. We just declare 3 fields over there, arguments. We are just putting in current object, whatever your parameters. Next, we are just creating a one method that is get address, return type of string, return this dot address. Now, if you need to create a object, guys, what is my class name? In Java, how you just create a object class, object name here, constant word. If you want, that depends on you. I'm just writing customer. Guys, remember, my class name is C capital, this is small, equal to new Customer, what is the value? 10, comma. The next I need to give Anjali. Next, I'm just writing address. That is New Delhi. The object is created. Now I would like to display the address. Console.log. Your object dot. Guys, I'm just writing at the bottom. What is my method name? Get address. And this log is going to be closed. Pranali, the point is clear, beta. We are just creating
Yes,
the
ma'am.
object. Don't confuse with colors. Nice, point is clear. Shall I proceed further?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
if we have this get method, we would also have the set method as well, right?
Yes, 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 yes. We are able
Okay.
to write that also.
Okay.
One more thing. If you are asking me, we have a get my address, like get method. Beta, it is not mandatory to write a method name as a get address. In class, we are able to declare a method. Methods can take arguments or may not. It may return any value or may not. For our understanding, like we just design a getter and setters so that your class look and feel should be better. Okay. Now,
Okay.
okay. Now come to the next part. TypeScript data modifiers. What it mean by data modifiers? It means we are able to give modifiers to your fields, whatever the fields you have declared. In object-oriented programming, the concept of encapsulation is used to make class members public or private. A class can control the visibility of its data members. And this can be done using a access modifiers, right? In TypeScript also, we have three. Public, the same we did in Java. All the members of a class in TypeScript can access it. Private, cannot be accessible outside the class. Protected, inherited class, guys. If you inherit, then you are able to access outside the class. If you don't inherit, not. Guys, anything else in this I need to explain? The same you did in Java. Okay. Now we are just going to compare what is the difference between some more differences between the TypeScript and a JavaScript. Wait, have a look. The code that is written on the left hand side, it is a JavaScript code, guys. The code that is written on the right hand side is TypeScript code. Now, I just look at the left hand side code and just tell me any doubt over there. We have declared a one student class. We have declared a constructor passing two arguments, and this dot student ID is equal to student ID. This dot student ID is equal to student name. We are just student, new student 111 John. We are just calling a constructor. With this object, we are just declaring a value of student ID, student name, John and Kevin, and we are just displaying the student ID. Sorry. Guys, Okay, have a look, guys. Have we declared any student ID and student name here in the left hand side code? Guys, if you remember in JavaScript, we don't need to declare any variable or something like. Its scope is outside the body, outside the block. If you have not declared it with let, if you just see, can access the student ID value outside. And student name, we are able to access it outside. But in TypeScript, we have access modifiers with us. In JavaScript, we don't have any access modifiers, remember. We are not able to declare anything as public, private, and protected. Now have a look to the code to the right hand side. We have a student class. We just declare two variables. One is student ID, another is student name. Your student, have a look, student ID is private. We just declare a constructor. Student ID number, student name string. We just passing a values over there. Get student ID, number, just getting, and return this dot student ID. We are calling a constructor, creating an object. Now if we write ob dot student ID 123, if you see you have declared student ID as private, it means from the bottom line number 3 gives you error because we have declared private as student ID. Private things are not accessible outside the class. ob.student name, there is no error over there. Yeah, if we just write console.log, if your fields is private, then we need to use accessor and mutators for displaying, for modifying a value. We can say like that, JavaScript does not have any access specifiers. All the class member are accessible outside the class to modify it. According to encapsulation concept, the visibility of data numbers should be restricted and should be available to modify outside the class body only if it is needed. TypeScript support all of these access specifiers that already I told you. Guys, any doubt? Whatever the code is written in front of you. Okay, now moving to next part. As I told you, your TypeScript can have interface. Guys, what do you mean by interface? Guys, can I have the answer? Guys, what do you mean by interface in Java? A contract, great.
And it is used to define a type that should be implemented in class.
Okay. All you have given different definitions, but you all head valve. These all are the properties we just did. In TypeScript, interface is another way to give the name to your entity, to your objects. We can say in TypeScript, we are able to declare the property, your method, your event type. It contains only the declaration of the members. It is the responsibility of the driving class, in which class we just inherit to define the members. We cannot instantiate interfaces. It means we are not able to create an object of interface. But it can be referenced by a class object that implements it. When the TypeScript compiler compiles it into JavaScript, then interface disappears from JavaScript file. Remember, JavaScript does not have a concept of interface. When the TypeScript, if you just write the TypeScript, if you compile the TypeScript, guys, then interface disappears from the JavaScript file. It means in JavaScript file, there is no interface will be shown to you over there. Now have a look. First of all. Guys, we are going to declare a one interface person. Interface person, we are declaring a one field full name of string type. We are guys, you need to just please look at the way we just declaring. This is your function name, colon, having, this is the parameter list, does not contain any parameter here. And this is basically the return type string. And we are closing the interface here. Now, if you look at the code, we are just implement or a drive this interface where customer colon person. This is basically used for drive part also. We are just inheriting, we are just implementing this interface, guys. We are defining a full name equal to Jim Karen. We are just writing greet colon the same way colon string. The lambda symbol over there, and we are returning the value hello. Now we are just display the full name customers dot full name. At the bottom also we are just writing another message return welcome. If we write employees dot greet, so it just gives me the welcome message and give them the employees dot greet. It just give you the welcome message over there. Guys, please look into the syntax carefully. If you look at here, we are defining a lambda symbol, but at the time of declaration, we just giving a colon because after the lambda, we need to give the body. It takes time to just learn the syntax. You just first don't focus on how to write it. Just first focus here. What is the concept? When you just practice, you are able to learn it. Guys, point is clear. I want confirmation from all of you guys. Perfect. Now, TypeScript alias type. What is that? If we just talk about object type and union type, in object type, what happens? We are able to declare a data of multiple types. Guys, if you remember the person, name and age, we have declared that is of object type. Union, we are declaring a one variable that either can be of any of the types. We commonly use the same type more than once, refer to it by a single name. A type alias is just exactly that a name for any type. If you look at the syntax, we just write type. We are declaring a one type of point that takes two things, two number data types. And this type can be passed as a parameter. What happens? Let's take an example, guys. I would like to create so many of functions. And all of those functions takes 3 arguments. I know. So what can I do? I just create one type and define 3 fields over there. And then I just define that type into my function. Just look at the code here. What happens? We are declaring user defined type as a point. For defining a type, we need to write type. In the curly braces, we are declaring 2 parameters here. X is number type, Y is number type. I have different functions that take 2 arguments or 3 arguments. If it takes 3 arguments, then we need to declare one more. Let's take an example. If we just declare Z colon number. In place of declaring 3 arguments in each and every function, what we can do, we just declare this point as an argument. When we declare this point as an argument, it means it contains X value and it contains Y value. It contains 2 things. Or we can say like that, if you remember guys, you are able to pass class name as a argument in Java. Can you please reply me? Are we able to pass class name as an argument in Java? I want reply from all guys. Guys, I said, are we able to pass class name as an argument? I'm writing a Java code, guys. Guys, if I just, if I write this manager employee, it gives me error. Why, Ajay? You said yes. Guys, I have asked you, are we able to pass class name as an argument? You all said no. Ajay, why this particular code, if I just written this, gives me the error? We are not able to pass object. Do you heard a word passing object as an argument in Java? I'm not doing the same thing. In the line number manager employee, passing object as an argument. As I said, now, are we able to pass class name as an argument? So it is a class name, na employee. If you just look at, guys,
I've heard about the passing the object as a parameter, but not
if I have
class.
written, if I have written something, then only you are said no.
No, I said no. We cannot pass the class as a parameter.
So beta, if you just think like, at least when I'm just writing this also, you said in that case also you guys not replying in a proper way. Only Shri Hari replied, yeah, we are able to pass it. Right? It's not like sometimes when you just go for interviews also, it might be they just ask you like this. If you look at when that's why I have written the code so that you just understand. Now, guys, the point is clear what I'm saying. Here, if you look at in this constructor, I'm passing a class name as an argument, the passing an object as an argument. In a same manner, if we just declare a type point, I want one function that having a two arguments. So in place of declaring a two argument into my function, into my method, so we just declare point. Have a look. It is used as a data type, guys. We are declaring a user defined data type. Just look at, we just declaring a type with two variables and we want one function that having a two arguments. In place of passing two arguments, we are just defining this point because this point contains two variables. One is x, another is y. If I need to access one variable, we just need to write point.x, point.y. Guys, any doubt in this part? I'm just clearing this. Okay, now come to the next part. Difference between interface and type alias. Just like your Java, we are able to extend an interface also here. We have declared one interface animal that having a name colon string, interface beer that extends animal, and it declare a one variable honey is of boolean type. We just declaring one method get beer of beer type, and we just calling beer dot name and beer dot honey. You just assume in this beer we have a one method, guys, also over there. Guys, if you remember, we are not able to create an object of interface. we are not able to write like this constant beer equal to new beer. Now, if at any certain point of time, we are able to add new fields to an existing interface, guys. If you would like to add any new fields to your existing interface, so we are able to do that in TypeScript. But if you declare any type, we are not able to add a data later on. Remember this thing. If you declare any type, just take example here, we are declaring a type animal that having only one field, that is name of string. We are not able to add more data into it later on. That thing you need to remember, guys. We are just expanding its type by using this operator and operator. Here the same operator that we have used in Java. Constant beer get beer is a method with the help of that returns one object, and we are accessing name and beer.any. If we would like to add one more type like type window title string, type window ts TypeScript API. We have declared one type window. We are going type window ts TypeScript. It means we are adding one more ts of TypeScript API into this window. It gives me the error duplicate identifier window. If you look at this code interface window, the name, have a look guys, name is similar. Yes, TypeScript API. This code will not give you the error. It just add one more field into this window. Now we are just declaring a variable source. The backtracking constant a equal to hello world. If we just write to the source display window dot, in window we have yes, we are just accessing that, and compile as a predefined like method that we just define, and we just displaying this source data over there. What I just would like to say, if you declare any interface having a one field, we are able to add one more field later on. Have a look this. TS TypeScript API. If you do it the same thing in type allies, it gives you the error. If you try to run these line of code, it gives you error. Guys, have a look once again a code. If you have any doubt, you just ask me.
Ma'am, can you repeat the last two lines in interface?
Yes. We just declaring one variable src equal to, we just declare one more variable constant a that contains hello world. and we just use this is basically once again a bit of backtracking on pieces. That means this control, the control like this hello world is also going to be stored in this space. What happens? What we are doing here, we are just compiling our code, just window.ts.transpile module so that we are just displaying that particular source data over there. We are just compiling this with the help of transpile module is a predefined module. We don't need to like declare it something. It is basically one of the functions that is available in JavaScript corresponding to Notepad. So it just give you the like something output over the console.
And ma'am, in the arguments, we are passing source and curly braces.
Yes.
What
Source is the variable you have declared over there, beta.
Yes, ma'am.
And the next argument, we just passing a blank body over there.
Okay. Ma'am, what will it do? Blank body.
What happens when we just talk about here, what is the purpose of like declaring this transpile module? You are just, what happens, we know that whenever we just run any TS file, okay, it generate a JS code.
Yes.
What happens, we just directly use this transpile module so that our JS file is generated directly. We don't need to save a temporary file. We just write all of this whatever the code is written from interface file window, we just save it into a JS file. There is no need to declare this into a TS file. That is the purpose of declaring transpile module. It just generate one definition for you in reverse order.
Okay.
Guys, you just think like that. Whatever the code is written, you just return this code into the JS. Till right now, what we did, we just write the TypeScript, compile it into compile, and JS file is generated. Now, what we need to do, we just write this code as a JS, and it just generate the TS file. I just share one link for this also with you so that you just study more about this transpile module. Or later on in future, we're just going to talk about more about. If you look at this type allies, we are just adding one more field, so it just give you the error because we are not able to add any fields later on, right? Someone has asked something. Guys, shall I proceed further or you all have some doubts over it? Okay. Now, guys, if you remember in Java, we are able to use generic. What is the purpose of designing a generic method, generic class over there in Java? In collections, you have done this. Post thread, any type of input. Okay. We can say it is majorly important type shift, guys, in Java over there. If we use generic, components that are capable of working on the data of today, as well as the data of tomorrow will give you the more flexibility capabilities. If you are developing a very large software systems, guys, if we need to component that can work on a variety of data types. Guys, if you remember, I have created a one add function in which I have declared two variable num1 and num2 as a number. If I just pass John, we got error over there. If we declare as generic, then we will not get any error. Or either you just need to declare as union. But union is only the difference, like we are able to just declare the type A or type B. But if we declare as generic, so we are able to declare of multiple types. If we use generic, it makes the program more flexible. Generic is more comparable to corresponding to types. So we can say there is no need for typecasting we require. And it's having a compile time setting. Now, guys, have a look one of the code. What we need to write. Function. This is your function name. We are defining the type here. This is your variable name. We need to write. If you remember, there you have to declare T for type. Here we are using type. The value of type. The return type is also type. And we are returning a one value. When we are going to call this function, we just need to write your function name, the type, and we are just passing a argument. This is once again, we are calling a function. We are calling a type, and we are passing a argument 100. At the last, we are displaying output 1 and output 2. Two variables that we have declared that show the values. We are displaying that. Just compare with your Java part. Guys, any doubt in this part? This is one of your function name. I'm saying method name. This is type we are declaring, and this is we are passing an argument, the value of your argument. Okay, I'm just stop sharing here. It's just about to like, okay, we just, guys, once again, there is a code, class and interface in TypeScript, create employee interface, which declare a contract that the inherited entity, permanent employee and temporary employee should follow, create an object for inherited class and print the employee details. What I can do, I just, first of all, the previous one demo I have not shown you. So first I just show you that demo. This, guys, just read this problem statement. Johnson, are you here?
Yes, Anjali.
Yeah, I just need your machine once again.
Okay.
So by today, my problem will be resolved.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's helpless also. Guys, the problem, have you read the problem statement? We need to print the details of university student. So what are the details of the student? ID, name, last name, fees, post. I'm just going to ask you what are the fields that we are going to use. Whether the student has opted for hostel facility or not. So how many fields? 3 to 5 and 6. Okay. And just stop sharing and Jensen, you just share your screen. And just, wait.
Okay.
Share your screen. Only the two demo that I need to show in 5 more minutes. After that, it will stop. Okay. Thank you. Guys, the size of this is quite visible, or we need to increase the size? The font size I'm talking about. Okay. Guys, I'm just going to create a one more file. Wait, first of all, Johnson, you just give me the remote access.
Yes.
This is basically a demo. Your data type. Guys, I'm just going to create one file of TS file. Data-type.ts. This is my TS file. So I'm just going to declare a one type. As student. What are the fields that we need to declare? Student ID. I'm just declaring it as number. Or you just declare it as of number and either of string type also if you want. So you can write like this way also as a union, guys. Then another is your first name, and that should be of definitely a string type. The next, last name. This is also once again of string type. And let's talk about next one is post. This is also of string type. Next, let's talk about, I think, fees, as I remember. So the fees is once again your number type. The next is talk about the hostel facility, whether you have availed the hostel facility or not. And that should be your Boolean type. So I have declared a one type of student. The next part that we need to do, we need to print the details. So guys, what I can do, I just write function print student details. I need to pass a one argument. In place of passing all the arguments, what I'm doing, I'm just passing as student. We are just going to write the body. Either you just write console.log if you want, or we can do like this also. Return like student ID. Your plus operator. Guys, I would like to access student ID that is defined in student. So we are just, guys, have a look. We are passing type as an argument. What we need to write here, student dot student ID. Now I want the data into next line to backslash n. Here also works, guys. So what I just do, I'm not going to write all the fields. I'm just writing certain fields, guys. Just first name plus student dot first name plus, if you want, then you just write backslash n once again. You need to this plus operator here, this one plus operator, and we have, I'm just going to write post plus student dot Post. Guys, I'm not going to write all the properties. Are you able to do it? Rest properties? Someone is says me first name, but beta, my name is like N is capital over there. According to naming convention, this should also be N capital. Okay. Now, what we need to do? We need to like print the data, guys. So what we just do? Console dot log. We just simply call print student details. And guys, we need to pass the argument here. Your function just contain one argument of student type. How we are able to pass the values for this function? Can anyone says about this? Okay, now. No, beta, it is of type. It is not class. So we are not able to use it new keyword. Ajay and Aishwarya, beta.
We need to, ma'am, create an object first of the student type and pass the value over there.
Okay, now just that is fine, beta. You are saying right. But how to create an object? Let's, beta, our type is of student. Now I'm just talking about, let's take example. It is a hostel student. Just colon and it's type. Just the same way we just declaring one variable. Let's take example. Hostel student is my variable name and its type is student.
Yes.
And we are just need to declare a values here, guys. How? Simply just take an example of JSON type like student ID colon. I'm just declaring 101 comma first name colon. I'm just writing unto over there. Last name. Okay, I just put a semicolon over there. That's it. Over there. Last name. And I'm just writing over there. Post colon. Let's take an example. We are just declaring Java over there. And example something like this, and we are just writing avail hostel facility. So we are just declaring the value 3 over there. Now what we need to do in this, we need to pass hostel student age as an argument. Okay, this student avails the hostel facility. If you want to create another variable, sorry, Control C, guys, you just declare another variable also. I'm just taking its name as a student 1, just taking it as 2, post the phone, and it's not availing a hostel facility. The users declare, guys, false over there. Now you just print your another console.log, and any order you just display this. It's either depend on you. Print student detail. just writing on a remote, so this relay is little bit just slow. Student 1, that is missing it. Now guys, save the code. Open the terminal. Now write tsc. The file name is data-type.ts. Okay, wait. It just gives me the error over there. I just tell you what the mistake I did. It gives me error also. Guys, have a look. I used to of just typing Java code usually. It's like I just forget to put. Guys, have a look at a line number 8. When you just close the type, you need to put semicolon over there. Here also, if you just closing your this value, so you need to put one semicolon over there. I just put it over there like this semicolon over there. Now it is very error-free code. Your code is compiled. Now we need to run. We need to write node data-type.js. Guys, have a look. I have written only like student ID, first name and post. That's why we just get 3 fields. Yes, Krish, I just have given only 3 fields. Yeah, I don't want to waste the time only on that particular part. So you just write it all the rest part, na? It's just a concatenation part. I have to show you the 3 fields by typing. Guys, any doubt in this? Can you please reply me? Or if I just scroll down, just closing this window and have a look once again. Johnson will share this code later on when I just finish the sentence. Now, you are not able to see that screen. I'm just reading the next problem statement, guys. Class and interface in TypeScript. We need to create an interface of employee type which declares the contract that inherited another entity, permanent employee and temporary employee. So we need to create an object of inherited class and print the employee details. It means I'm just going to show you the relationship between interface and class. How to design a interface and class here. So I'm just going to design one more demo. So just give it a name as employee hyphen interface dot ts. One more ts file I'm just going to generate, guys. So we need to declare our interface. Interface. I'm just writing employee. Guys, I'm just going to take 3 fields here, like employee code is of number type, or if you want union type, you just take that also. Name is of string type. Okay. Now, guys, if you remember, I told you we are able to declare fields as optional. So I'm just going to declare that field also so that you have idea about that. So I'm just going to declare designation. I want this field is optional. What we need to use? Question mark. After that, you just declare it type. The interface I have declared. Guys, according to you, you just declare some of the, what we call it, like methods also, whatever the methods you want, you just declare. So I'm just going to declare one method here, print details. And this is the interface. We are not able to write a body. So how? Print details, colon, parenthesis, and I want the return type should be of string. Now, we are going to declare one more class. Class permanent employee that extends this, implements this interface. Guys, just like your Java, implements keyword. If interface, then extends. Employee. Now, in this also, we are just going to declare these fields you want. So otherwise, that's also come here. We are going to declare a constructor right here. Constructor that contains your employee code, your name, and your designation. Guys, remember one thing. At the time of designing a constructor, this question must be removed. We just passing an argument. We don't define like. Now, this dot, any order we are able to declare it. So it's not mandatory because we need to just declare employee code. This dot EMP code, name equal to name. I just make it correct. Employee code equal to employee code. Name. Guys, still right now, anyone have any doubts? Please tell me. Why is this here? It is here in this question. Okay, guys. Now, we need to define the body of this print detail. So I'm writing print detail. This, then colon, then string. Now just write your return statement right here. So what we need to write? Return employee code plus employee code plus \n plus this dot name plus \n your designation plus this dot what is funding Okay, guys. Now, we need to call. Later on, I just modified. Right now, I'm just going to. First, we need to create an object of permanent employee. New permanent employee. I'm just passing one comma and two comma. We are just writing a mentor over here. Okay. Now let's employ. We need to call the method, so we just write console.log and we are just defining employee dot in detail. And we just ending it. Okay, now come to your terminal, CSC. It is a main employee hyphen interface dot tsc. That JS file is created. Now write node employee hyphen interface dot JS. Guys, have a look. You got the output. I have not put colon here, so that's why that is just a representation part. It just converted into this. JS. Now it's just add in the problem statement. It says one more thing regarding a permanent employee and temporary employee. Declare a contract that inherited entity this. So if you want, you just create one more class. And if it is a permanent employee or temporary employee, then we need to declare the salary part also. What I'm just going to do in this interface, guys, I'm just going to declare one method. Okay. Get salary is my method name. And its type is, and it's taking like one argument of number salary and it's returning also. We are just saying like this. This should be the number we are just writing here. Guys, have a look. I have declared a one method get salary having an argument number and its return type is also number. The same for both. Now, this permanent class is giving me the error because we need to just define the body for this get salary also. So I'm just going to declare a body for get salary also, the get salary. I'm just writing some some variable like salary and is of number type. After this, we are just returning the type. And we just wait. And I'm just returning a default value, that is, let's take an example, something like this. Now, in your this print statement, we are able to call this particular method also, just putting \n plus and just writing salary plus call the get salary method. Okay, now if you see, we just pass salary here, or we can say if we want the salary of, so in place of, because we just passing a salary as a default, so I'm just going to pass employee code over there. We just pass this dot employee code. We just get the salary also. This is regarding a, what we call it, permanent employee, and we have a temporary employee also. If you need to create one another class, you just copy this code. I just paste it down and just change the functionality, change the code in get salary part. In place of writing permanent employee, just write temporary employee code, and these all are the same. Okay, employee code, name. If you want designation is optional, you just remove this designation also if you want. Okay, but when we just talk about temporary employee, then there should be one property, that is number of hours, right? And you need to declare a number over there. In this also we need to make changes. In place of designation, I'm just writing number of hours. And we just defining a number. And if you want to declare one more variable, that is rate of hours. So you just declare rate of hours also, guys. As a constant, we are able to declare here. If you remember in Java, you are able to do it. We are able to declare constants in interface, the final variables. This dot number of hours equal to number of hours. We are just printing a name. We are just printing a, like defining this three things. Now come to the get salary method. So in this method, what we can do, in place of writing this, we just write this dot number of hours. Sorry, I just number of hours multiply by this dot rate of hours should be there. Now you just remove this designation from here. There is no need for this. We just printing a salary. Employee code, name, and salary. Now we just need to create an object of this also, guys. So I'm just going to copy this line. I'm just going to create it as T employee, and it should be of temporary employee, one name. After name, we need to provide the number of hours. So I just provide the number of hours as 5. E वाला है, A वाला है, वाला tempo tempo हो गया इसके।
R-A, Anjali.
R-A-N, I think so.
Yes.
I just made a mistake in typo mistake over there. So like, is like 12. I need to change the data also to that. John. Well, and we just change it. Now just call your method. Why I'm getting an error in this employee part? What it says?
Ma'am, in the last line also, you need to mention T employee.
Wait. First of all, I'm just getting error. I just need to check why I'm just getting error. There's no error. Wait, you are saying something. That you are copying about last line. So that because of that, not will be error. Na? That it's just printing a same thing. If I just use this. Wait. Something like I missed some curly braces. So typing in a remote is quite slow also. I need to check it. When I just put this, okay, here is a mistake. That is fine. This is my interface. I have added. There is no error in this. When we just write command in employee, na, we just get error over there. So get salary. There is no issue in this get salary. This your class is closed. We just define temporary employee implement this. Line number 14. I have declared and line number 14 also something. No. I'm just taking it as it's giving me reference. PMP. I'm just taking it as guys, now it's fine. I'll just change my variable in why it's just taking is employee like you just write employee. I don't know. I have not written employee as a keyword somewhere. Like I have not declared any variable. Even then it's just taking. Just save the file.
Ma'am, there is still one error, I guess.
Let it be just we just get the line number now. We have error. Guys, have a look. Employee code 1, name Anjali, designation mentor, salary is 1 lakh about I have also given. Employee code 12, name is John and salary is 20. I have given a 40. Guys, any doubt in this? Can you please reply? Johnson, you just stop sharing if you don't have any doubts. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just finished. I just need to cover one more 2 slides and then it's finished. I'm not going to declare a decorator part here. Okay, guys, there is a one quick check for you. You just answer me that. Wait. Wait a minute. I need to share my screen also. No? Wait a minute. Now, guys, answer. Okay, fine. This is a solution, but at least you should read whatever the statement. I think it's guys, if you remember somewhere when I just explained interface to you, it said if uh, Varsha has asked, explain the third point. If you just compile your TypeScript code, it removes your interface. Your interface disappears from the JS file. The TypeScript code does not generate any JavaScript code corresponding to interface. So this thing is written in point number 3. An interface can extend another interface. That is fine. An interface can extend a class in TypeScript. TypeScript code does not generate any JavaScript code. If your TypeScript code contain interface, okay, so it's don't generate an interface code. It is other than the interface code. Johnson, can you just type the JS file in the chat? Can you just say?
Which one? I cannot understand that.
The interface code just we have compiled. One JS file is generated over there, na?
Yes.
You just pasted the file into that window.
Okay. JS file, right?
Yes, JavaScript file corresponding to interface demo.
I pasted it on the chat window.
Guys, have a look. What's the code it generates corresponding to interface? The third point is clear. TypeScript code does not generate any JavaScript code. No. That's why the solution is corresponding to this. All the points are true. only the one. Guys, in TypeScript, we have a concept of decorators. I'm not going to explain this thing in detail right now here. We are just, we are going to talk about in detail in Angular when we just talk about more over Angular. If I just talk about this right time, you are not able to understand. One more thing, without decorators, we are not able to use Angular. You just think like that. A decorator is a special kind of declaration just which provide us to add both annotations and metadata meaning syntax for the class. And decorators can be add to class, your methods, your fields, your properties, or we are able to provide over parameters also. Decorator use certain like at the rate and certain expressions are given. We have a certain predefined decorators. Okay, if you declared, if you just see there's a one code is written on a right hand side. We have declared a one class bug report, it having a type report, it having a title as a string, and it having a one constructor. We defined one decorator on this bug report at the rate field. If you declared at the rate field over a class, so we are not able to inherit this class. So you just think right now in this way. You are not able to inherit this bug report class if you declared it as a decorator at the rate field. In a same manner, we have different other decorators also that we are just going to discuss it later on. We can say class decorator, method decorator, like property decorator and a parameter decorators. We have these all kinds of decorators. If you try to like the code that left hand code is doesn't make any sense why they have written over there. Right. So we are just going to talk about more in Angular, and this is the end part from my side. Johnson, I just stopped sharing. You just share your screen and just give them a challenge. Half an hour they just work on a challenge. 1:30 to 2 they just take a lunch break, and 2 o'clock we just connect once again.
Okay.
Yeah. Guys, please work on this challenge only.
Just a minute. I will share my screen. I need your confirmation. Is this
Yes, visible.
structure and Angular application? This one, right?
Wait, otherwise I'll just open it. Basically, I have not checked from this way. I have checked from like wait a minute. I'm just also basically. No, it's not.
Not this one, right?
Not this one. Okay, I just share. Wait, otherwise. You just stop sharing. I just share. Wait. It's basically a Priya one. It's not a Priya one. Guys, can you just give me the confirmation? Are you able to see the screen? Okay. Guys, as I remember, you all have installed Node into your machine and TypeScript also that already you have. This is basically one of the application, and I just share the link where you need to check whether do you have a access for the same or not. If you don't have, I just download the boilerplate for a time being and just give you. Here they just talk about there is a team of Priya app has developed a task code render which can display data in the desired format using a JavaScript. An organization has therefore planned to extend the functionality of Priya app by adding certain new features. This requires more developers to be added to the team to scale up the project. This app is created using a JavaScript, which is dynamically typed language. The type are checked and data type errors are only spotted at runtime. So therefore, dynamic type checking result in less optimization code than the static type checking. To create a code that is less prone to errors, to scale the project, to move faster in the market, React source needs to be changed from JavaScript to TypeScript, since TypeScript is strictly typed language. They don't want to be errors at runtime. They want errors at compile time. Now, what you need to do, you need to convert the Kriya app created in JavaScript to TypeScript. Why they have just given decorator in detail here? Okay, guys, you just remove the decorator part, rest part you just do. I just forget to that. Add a decorator to create a class to profile the app and performance using instructions provided in the boilerplate. You just, rest of the code, you just convert decorator. I just tell you how to put it over there. Okay, because at right of time, if I just tell you to give you how to just use decorator and that all, it's not quite easy for you. So I'm just sharing you the boilerplate link also, so that you have an idea about that. Wait, I'm just going to open that. Johnson, do you have a access for challenge for Priya?
See, I have multiple directories. That's why I want your confirmation.
Yeah, I'm also like, I just told them to give me the access.
Because this one is also Kriya, and I think this will be for day 2.
No, I just open it from that you have shared, na? You are saying. Wait a minute. This is the way day 1, because I have shared from only the day 1 content.
Okay.
Because they just made certain changes in the content, now so I just for me also, like what they just put it into it. Johnson, have a look. Guys, are you able to see the screen?
This one I don't have the access.
Guys, Johnson, have a look. Build interactive web page with using TypeScript. Kriya powered by TypeScript.
Yes,
This is basically a part over there that they just explain over there.
it will be similar to your JavaScript exercise. Okay.
Guys, do you remember the impedance challenge? Now, what you need to do, you need to create model classes, guys. Board, list, and card. 3 model classes you need to create. In which you need to declare a field according to your that particular demo, impedance challenge. Use model classes for method parameters and return the parameters over there. We need to encapsulate the transform method into a class. This thing I just tell you, decorate the transform method with the newly created decorator. That I just, this part I just tell you how to do it. But at least you need to create a class, you need to declare a fields, the constructor part, you need to declare a method over there. Guys, can you just check whether do you have a access first? Johnson, can you just check in Angular challenges, do you have access for this?
Yeah, I'm checking this.
Hmm? I'm just pasting a link to these guys, whether they have access or not. It might be you have a different thing. They have access for that. I have a different thing. It might be
Yes.
different. Do you have different access, the path? If you have, I'm just sharing this. Guys, can you just check whether do you have access for this or not? Okay, I'm just stop sharing.
Yes, ma'am.
Akshara, I'm just making you, but as a co-host, you just share the screen so that you just check whether the same path or it is a different path. I just need to check that.
Okay, ma'am.
Hmm. Come down a little bit. Huh? It just you have access. You need to create a class, just declare the fields over there first of all, and method parameters and return parameters. You need to declare that part. The from the bottom, the third part, I just declare, tell you what how you need to do. Now, from where you will get a board data, just go to your JavaScript code from where you just declare a field type. There is nothing more is given in this. You just create your TS file. Okay. Mm, Guys, here there is a one question for you. I'm just going to show you some website links, and you need to confirm whether which one is better. Okay. Now, this is what happens. Yes. I'm just going to play quite slow. I'm just going to play one video. There is no sound in this video, guys. The video is played. Now I'm just going to play one more video. Now have a look of this video also. Now, guys, I have just show you two videos you can see. Okay, what do you feel about these two videos? If you just look at Facebook, if you just look at the content over there, they just show the content in a creative way. Whatever the news, whatever the feeds we have, users are able to interact over there. We are able to watch videos also over there, and we just leaving the feed stage over there. If you just look at, but when you just go for a next part, the medium. Do you heard about this website about the medium one, the blogging one video website, right? It's one of the popular like platform for blogging. If you just look at this video also, like you can see interaction when users want to add comments and see the other comments. You can see the delay between the loading pages because these interactions are developed as a multi-page feature. And the interaction, whatever the interaction is going to be happen on a page, developed as a single page, and it must be more user friendly. If you just put it, if you just click any of the blocks, it takes, you see, it's taking the circle is running. It takes some time to open. But good thing is that of this particular, you are able to draft something, guys, in this, in medium one. Now, this is a one difference. Come to the next part. What's the main difference that we have looked at? In Facebook, we have a single page, but in Medium, we have a multiple pages, guys. Next, come, have you observed the checkout process of PayPal and Paytm? In which of these websites do you see the circle spin while loading the content? Now, have a look. One by one. First of all, just go for PayPal part. Once again, I'm playing a video. You just ask your PayPal account number and that's all. Now, guys, if you look at, I'm just closing this video. Where is it? Wait a minute. Sometimes we are just not able to. Okay, it's going on. I'm just going to explain. If you just observe that when the payment process started, it just navigate to the new web page for every new request. And the URL in the address bar is also changing, guys, for every request if you just look at. The entire page is getting loaded fully for every request. And if your just entire page is changing, the load on the server is increasing, guys. What you say? If the number of users requesting parallelly It increases during the peak time. This is also typically an example of multi-page application. Right. In this also, we are just working on multiple pages. Now, I'm just going to show you one more corresponding to Paytm one. Have a look in this, guys. Just look at the address bar also, guys. After looking this Paytm part, if you look at its address is not changed. Whenever you just click something, it just either expand. It's not refreshing a complete page, guys. Oh, only a certain portion of page is getting changed, not the entire content. And server is not overloaded, guys, in this. And it could be better than your PayPal part. This is an example of single page application. This is typically an example of single page application. Guys, point is clear. What I'm just going to discuss certain things, so that's why I'm just showing you this. Now, just observe two more things. One is a GitHub and another is Google Font website. This is basically a GitHub. If you look at in GitHub, whenever you request, it just gives you the new content or every time. Each and every time new content is loaded, it means your server is responding with a new response of type and text and slash SQL over there. It basically reloads your entire page corresponding to every request type. Now, come to the next part. Just have a look in this video. Playing once again, please observe. Okay, after watching this video, fonts.google.com, what could you observe, guys? Guys, I'm asking something. When you just go on a font.google.com, how it works? I'm just playing once again. Just have a look what it's doing. Guys, you don't want to reply. What happens to you, or you are not able to understand what I am saying? As I replied, response is showing in proper way for each one case. I want some other observations also, guys. Okay, Pranali said something, fine. Guys, I'm just playing one video and just talking about that one by one. Guys, if you look at when you just make a request of a website font.google.com, it loads the majority of app resources at that particular time. It loads all the resources at that particular time. Now, if user make any request for a particular font using a link, it gets the data from the cache. If you remember what from where they are just getting a data, they are getting a data from cache, guys, which is stored in the client. The request is getting from cache, not from the server. Hence, the server is not loaded here. They're just searching a data from the cache, guys. The data stored in the cache is getting obsolete, then only it makes a fresh request. But the performance of such website is far, far better than having a value like just getting a data from server every time. Guys, point is clear. What's the difference in previous one and the next one? Here they are just fetching a data from the catch one part. In the previous one, they just getting a data from every request from a server. In GitHub part, I'm talking about. Now, break the single page application into component hierarchy, guys. We are just going to break the single page application into components. We are going to talk about, we are going to learn about first of all multi-page application and SPA and MPA, single page application and multi-page application. Then after that, we just need to identify the components, then apply certain principles used to break down the user interface. And after that, I'm just going to demonstrate how to break down the UI into components. Now, if you just look at in front of you, single page application versus multi-page application, guys. If we talk about single page application is an application that contains only one page. Let's take an example. If we just talk about single page application is Airbnb. And if you just talk about multi-page application, your e-commerce website is, all e-commerce website is an example of multi-page application. If we just talk about your nit.com, from where you are just accessing this, all of your content and that all, that is also an application of multiple page, not a single page. If we talk about single page application, it means your application just have only a one page that contains all the requests and just give the response to the user. Now, if you just talk about more, what is that? If you look at, this is basically your multiple page application, guys. Just look at the address bar. Every time if you see, the URL is changing, guys. It is typically an example of multi-page application. Flipkart, Myntra, these all are also an example of this. Okay, now just come to next part. What is multi-page application? Multi-page application is basically traditional web application that reloads the entire page and whenever user made any new request, guys. How we just get to know whether it is a single page application or whether it is a multi-page application. Okay, we just need to look at your address bar. If your address bar contains only a one link, your link is not changing over there. So it means definitely it is a single page application. If your address bar containing a different links over there, it is an example of your multi-page application. As you have gone through in Paytm, your page is not refreshing over here. According to user, we have a dynamic content over there also. The structure is also quite complex over there, guys. Guys, I'm audible to you or not? Can you please reply? As I feel like my network like a little bit slowed down. So guys, when I was not audible, so you just need to ping na. You are not audible. Are you able to see the slide? Okay, thank you. Guys, till right now, what I have discussed about, we are going to talk about single page application and multi-page application. Okay, when we talk about Facebook, that news feeds and that all, that is once again a single page part over there. But if we're just talking about the blogging part, the medium, it have a different multiple pages over there. The same way, if you just compare the GitHub part and Google Fonts, the GitHub once again contain multiple pages. Your Google font contains single page over there. And they are just getting a data if you just look at from the cache part over there. So the load on the server is quite less over there. The next, if we just talk about the Paytm and PayPal, PayPal is multi-page application once again. The Paytm is single page application over there. Next, I have talked about Amazon. In Amazon is basically having a very complex structure over there. So this is once again is an example of multi-page application. If we just talk about multi-page application is like that contains a static content also, and that contains some content that when according to user interaction also. As I already told you, the mostly each and every e-commerce website is a multi-page application because they need to expose a lots of content over there. If it is a multi-page application, for every request, they need to connect to the server and they just reload the page. So the process is definitely a time consuming over there. If you just look at MPA lifecycle, multi-page request lifecycle, this is your client and this is your server, guys. The client make an initial request. The request goes to the server. The server respond one page, HTML page over there. Then the page loads here. The client once again make a request. Request once again go to the server. The server once again send the response to the client. Each and every time there is a hunting over the server. The request goes to the server. Server find out the data according to the request and just display the data over there. Each time data is exchanged, a new page is requested from the server to display the web browser. A page loads and refresh with new HTML content for every single request made to the server, which hits basically the performance. Whenever you just hit to the server, so it just decrease the performance. It might be slow or something like. Guys, this thing is clear, the MPA lifecycle part. If client make any request, the request goes to the server. The server gives the HTML page as a response. When client make another request, once again request goes to the server. The server responds the HTML page. This process is infinite whenever the client make a request. Okay, now if you look at, this is basically an MPA approach in which we have a lots of pages, guys. Several pages with static information and links to other pages with same content. If we just look at the architecture, multi-page application architecture. So this is basically client-side scripting, your HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and this is basically your server-side scripting in which your SQL or Hadoop, business application layer, Java, Ruby, and Python, in which you just need to write your logic. So when you just click this button, you need to store your data into somewhere in the database. That will be the part of your business layer. Now, can anyone tell me what are the advantages of multi-page application? First, talk about advantage.
Ma'am, improve search engine optimization.
Okay. Anything else other than that? If your application is multi-page application, we don't need to think if, whether the content is going to be long or something. We don't need to think like that. As long as the content we are able to add it. But if it is a single page application, we need to think before adding any content. And if we just talk about development also, is comparatively complex. And one more thing, if you just design, guys, uh, this multi-page application, there are the certain disadvantages also over to this. So can anybody tell me what are the disadvantages?
Ma'am, speed will be slow and performance will also.
Performance also great. If at any certain point of time, if I would like to refactor my website, refactor my application, the cost is going to increase.
Maintenance.
Maintenance part also like high. No. Okay. Have a look. Guys, have a look to pros and cons. As someone says, it's good for proper search engine optimization management. Visual map of the web app to the user. Easily scalable. That is no limitations to adding new content or features of into. If we just pause about this comparatively complex development. Front end and back end are tightly coupled. No option to use the same backend for mobile application and low flexibility. We need to write different backend application for mobile. And if you would like to add any functionality at any certain point of time, that will increase the cost. Now, guys, and this one more video is playing in front of you. Just have a look what happens here. Guys, if you look at this, this is basically an Airbnb website. It is one of the we can say American company that basically operates for online market for for home stays booking, for vacation, for tourism, for login. That all part they just provide, and it is based in different countries. If you look at the address bar, guys, have a look. It's changing whenever we just click anything. It is an example of single page application. Now, come to what is mean by single page application. Already I told you, single page application is that application that contains only one page. Your page is not completely refreshed, only a small portion is refreshed over there. If your application is single page application, it is fast. It takes less time to load the content. Or initially, if the first page is loaded, the only the data sent is back and forth inside of the entire HTML page. It reduces the bandwidth also. What are the websites that they are using this single page application? Gmail, your Google Map, your Facebook, your GitHub are built on SPA, guys. The newsfeed partner, you are just watching a video at the same posting. You are not moving to another part in Facebook. If you look at only one of the single page SPA approach. Now, what is the life cycle for this? This is the traditional part, your MPA. Now on the right hand side, we have SPA life cycle. The client initial request goes to server, it gives you the HTML content page. Then if you make any request, only a small request goes to the server. The request is in the form of Ajax, guys, and the response is in the form of JSON. If you look at these words, guys, Ajax and JSON. We need to work with JSON data and Ajax part. If we want your page is a single page application. In this, what happens? Your complete page is not loading once again, only a small portion of the particular page is loaded. Guys, still right now, any doubt? Okay. Now look at the architecture of SPA. What happens? If you look at this in SPA, we have a HTML, CSS, presentation layer, application layer, data access layer. It provides you offline storage also, navigation API, data services. In SPA, the entire application run on a single web page. The presentation page, or we can say the presentation layer of entire application has been factored out of the server and is vanished from the server individually. The process of creating and managing views into the UI decouples. It's from the server. When architecture standpoint, so this basically gives an interesting SPA. Now just read down the pros and cons of SPA. Definitely, when we just talk about pros, advantages of that, it's like better user experience, smooth and faster access, because we are not loading a page completely. Deployment process is also quite easy in that case. And if you would like to debug on Chrome, so you are able to debug it also. And if your web application is single page application, we are easily transmitted to mobile app and by using the same backend code. But if you just go for search engine optimization, if you would like to search something, it's quite difficult over there. You are not able to search anything over there. If you're designing a simple SPA. But there is a difference in loading part also, guys. If it is a multi-page application, it loads faster. One page because it's going to load. But it is a single page application, so it needs to load the whole content. So sometimes it takes very long time to load. And one more thing, your SPA application is totally dependent on JavaScript. Without JavaScript, we are not able to design SPA application because we are going to use Ajax asynchronous processing, and that can be done with in JavaScript only. Remember this thing, we are not able to design our application without JS. So, whatever the new content that we are going to learn from Monday onwards, in that we are going to learn how to design a single page application, guys. There are so many of frameworks that can be used to design single page application, that is React, Angular, Vue.js, Polymer, Meter. Now we are going to use Angular for designing a single page application, guys. Or we can say they all are the certain frameworks, guys, that we can use for designing your application. Uh, Today I'm just going to talk about what is SPA. In the next like on Monday onwards, we are going to talk about how to create. Guys, can you please answer me which of the following website is an example of MPA? Navneet, Google Map beta is a single page application. When you just run a text.
Oh, I thought, ma'am, you are asking about single page. I haven't read the question fully.
Guys, when you just go for an interview, so please don't like that. You need to be more attentive in that case. MPA is Amazon e-commerce website. Now, I'm just going to show you two images in front of you. You just observe these common things between the following images, first of all. Guys, can I get the answer? What is common in between these two images? Okay, great. Pairing, that's fine. Okay, first of all, they both require a Bluetooth connection setup. We just talk about this Bluetooth in a mobile phone in a car. Now just come to next image, then we just discuss what we are just discussing over there. Guys, just Wi-Fi and AC and television. Okay, access to remote. Now there are the two batteries. One is used in home, one is used in cars. What is similarity? Guys, if you just look at whatever the three things I have told you, that's basically the design tells you it is basically a mobile phone, or it is basically for car, or the Wi-Fi is in AC, or Wi-Fi is in television. And if you just look at these batteries also, they just told you one is for car, okay, another is used for home for inverters. Here, if you look at the UI part plays an important role. Now, it's basically talking about how the UI is defining what objective is it. Now we are going to observe some card components for different websites. Guys, this is Google News. If you look at under the science category, there is a card contains title, some of the content, your hyperlink, and image on the left hand side. Sorry, the image basically on the right hand side, image. The content on the left. If you look at this is also one of the card. This is also one of the card. The next is also one of the card. Remember, guys, bootstrap card component. That we are talking about. This Google News is using a card component. Now, come to another website. Have a look. Google Fonts. If you look at this also, this is also using a card component. For each and every font, the card component is repeating. Card is basically a component, is an example of reusable component. We are able to reuse the component. Now come to web user interface UI design. Whenever you just design any web page, your web page content is split into different UI independent modules. Guys, remember one day I have talked about whenever you just design any HTML page, it is divided into different things like header, footer, navbar, center content, side. Do you remember? The same way they have given certain key benefits we have for creating a component. What are those? Modularity. It means whenever you design any web application, that should be divided into modules, like let's take an example. I'm going to design a one website. On that website, I have a header. We know that header should be on every page, guys. Let's take an example. My header code contains near about 1,000 line of code. I have created a header and that contains 1,000 lines of code. and I'm creating a multi-page application. Your application contains near about 100 pages. Let's take an example. I need to write those 100 line of codes on every page, or I need certain other solution for the same. Ajay replied, we want certain other solutions. It means you just design your header component guys once, and you just put that particular component on each and every page, just repeatedly, in place of just writing those 1,000 line of code. It means it provides you reusability also, guys. Let's say example, in future, you would like to make some changes in your header. So how many files you need to make change? Well, I just got one reply from Mr. It's only suppose I have created a header page separately. I don't have written my complete code on every page. If I just one header that contains the header page code, so I need to just make change only in one page, not on all the pages, right? I'm just importing that page into my all the pages. And testing is quite easy. If you are doing breaking a component, fully tested code we are able to design. What is fully tested code? We are going to use somewhere now is written ES script. By design is a dynamic and flexible language. When we just talk about fully tested code, it means when whatever you have designed that have a flexibility come at the cost of verifying the correctness of the program. Whether whatever the cost you have taken from a client, it according to that you have designed or not. Next, only one way to ensure that your code will behave as expected and is executed according to the requirement. If it is 100% test coverage, if you just test each and every corner of the application. Right to left awareness. It means if you are using any website, and that is from reading from right to left, that awareness should be there. So for this right to left awareness, we are going to learn in future material library. And it should support themes, predefined themes, so that you are able to like change using primary and secondary colors, guys. And you may be exposed to, you already have exposed to CSS, and you are able to expose to super set of CSS also. These all are the things that make a good design. How you are able to break down the UI into components. There are the two principles that is known as SRP principles and DRP principles, right? we just going to talk about this. What is a single responsibility principle? This is when we talk about SRC principle. If you look at, guys, do you also have you used this travel knife? The single component. If you look at, guys, I think you heard about solid principles when you just do Java foundations. What is S? In solid principles? That is fine. The S stands for SRP. But what is the meaning of SRP, single responsibility principle? Guys, when we talking about SRP is one of the like key component corresponding to solid. When we talking about single responsible principle, each class should have only one responsibility, one single purpose. Let's take an example. I have designed one class that having only a one method, not more than that. It means a class will do only one job. It has only one reason to change. It makes software easier to implement, guys. Unexpected side effect of future changes. A real world example of using this principle is remembered Java Persistence API, JPA. Somewhere when JPA introduced, we need to design certain interfaces over there, guys. And in that interfaces, we just need to declare one method in every interface. This is a purpose of single responsibility principle. It means a class can have only one responsibility, not more than that. Now, if you look at the right hand side diagram, dry principle, it is basically known as dry principle. Don't repeat yourself. It is one of the basic principle of software development. The purpose is reducing repetition of information. Every piece of knowledge or a logic must have a single unambiguous representation within a system. Guys, if you look at this diagram, we have a certain classes. If you look at this is repeated code, and both of these classes is accessing this. So what they said, just create one and both are accessing the one. If you look at this class is calling C, this class is calling C. We have created two different classes but having a same code. So what we just design one, both of the previous classes are using the same. A piece of knowledge can be precise functionality in business domain of your application. If you write the less code, I have given one example to you. Don't repeat yourself. I want my header to be repeat on every website. In place of writing 1,000 code of line once again and again, just design one separate header page and import in every page, guys. That is an example of don't repeat yourself principle, guys. Guys, point is clear. What is the difference between SRP and don't repeat yourself principle? Just get quick confirmation from all of you. Guys, if you just look at your Java library also, they have not repeated any code over there. They just follow these things. If you know, they just break down the UI things into different components also, into different packages over there. Now, your UI design approach is divided into two things: atomic design approach and component-based design approach. Right? Now, first talk about atomic design approach. When we just compare with your chemistry part, guys. In a 9th sense, all of you guys have chemistry, so definitely you are all like. If we talk about atomic design, if you look at, we have atoms. A collection of atoms is known as molecules. Collection of molecules is becomes organism. And if we just talk about this, just become your template. If we just combine so many of templates and things, we will get one page over there. Now, first talk about this thing more. Atomic design approach, if we just talk about, is the practice of analyzing and breaking down simple and complex UI basically, so that we are able to create reusable components. When we talk about what is the example of atoms in your web page, can anyone try to give the answer? What is atom in your UI design? Very smallest unit. Ashura said that variable. But I'm talking about UI part. Yeah, great page button. Guys, your button, your labels, your text boxes, whatever we just see the small things, that's basically your atoms. If we generate one form, guys, by combining button, label, and something, that becomes your molecule. Guys, getting my point? Your atoms, label, text boxes, these all your atoms. We are able to combine buttons, this, like labels, text boxes. Then the form that generated becomes a molecule. Once, let's take an example on a Google or somewhere on your website. If we search something, we get one grid, and that is your organism. Now, if you just template is basically more over there. Template are page level objects. If you place something in certain template, one day I have talked about, remember guys, div, different div. When we just talk about bootstrap, we have given group to the div. So the form, whatever the form you have designed is very like structure. that is your template. And page, basically your specific instance of template. And that basically shows what your UI look like. Guys, all the 5 things is clear. What is atom, molecule, organism, template, and page? Okay, great. Now come to the next point, component-based design approach, guys. If we talk about component-based design approach, there are the 6 things. One is identity, element, components, composition, layout, and pages. Component-based design is basically, we can say, is a practice of splitting UI into smaller and we can say manageable parts with clear different names. And whatever the part we have designed, they just fall into these 6 groups. And this approach should be followed. Let's take an example. If we have a header, image section, footer, features, side block, text, these all are the different things that we followed in these 6 groups. Now just talk about one by one about all of these groups. Guys, have a look. There are the certain image in front of you. If you look at, these all are the icons. Come. You have a primary color, you have a secondary color. The style, if you look at, these are basically known as identity, guys. If you have some shape, something, so that's basically known as identity. Come to next element. Just have a look. Badges, bottom sheet, button, card, checkbox. Project smallest reusable part that we just talk about in there as atom. Here it is known as basically your element, your button, your link, your input, drop down along with state such as extrovert, active, disable are defined as element. Element are defined once and reused throughout the project, guys. If we just talk about components, if you combine different elements, and we just get one block. If you look at in front of you, you have a different blocks. Guys, these blocks are known as card. We already know it is in proper format. Your navigation menus are an example of component type. When you design component, guys, so you need to take care of screen resolution also. You need to design these components according to, like, you need to give different media properties for these components also. If you remember in HTML, you have given for desktop as a horizontal, for mobile is it should be vertical, something like that. come to the next part. Composition is basically talk about your layout, guys. If you combine so many of components into one, then it becomes your composition. And if you see, there is a certain kind of grid over there. And how your components behaves inside it. If you see, if you have a 5 images, how they just look like, how they just display, that is a part of composition. And it contains different cards if you look at. Next is your layout part. If you look at, we have a different layout. How much amount of white spaces should we have, how much grids you have, how the content is wrapped, if it is on mobile, if it is on desktop. Each page consists of arrangement of composition and components, right? And it is a page level, we can say. And guys, if you remember, whenever you just visit some of the website, they have a different colors. For like majorly when we just talk about for context, we have a blue color. Okay, for help we have a different color. That thing will be decided over there in the pages part. Whenever you're going to design any website, so we need to talk about component based design. Guys, any question? All are sleeping. I'm just giving you the theoretical portion, that's why. Okay, now there is a one quick check. I want reply from all. There are the 5 things with atomic design. 2 are missing. What are those? One is template, great. Page is already here. Molecule. Okay, great. Molecule and template. Now guys, identify the components of simple website UI from a simple website by using SRP and DRP principle. So I need to just show you the demo for the same. Okay, so what I just do, I just going to, guys, please focus on this very well, because we need to like, your assignment is also based on this. We can do one thing. You just take 10 minutes break. Okay. It's already 3:22 near about. We just connect at 3:35 once again. Give you the challenge and just show you the demo only in that particular challenge. And I'm go through my content. Today's content is completed and you rest, you have a time with your assignment. Okay guys, you just take 10 minutes break. Now guys, what you need to do, you just clone this keep node decomposition first of all. Or either we can do one more thing. I'm guys. Okay, one more thing. When you just start working with this https://gallery.io, you require a Gmail account using this. Remember one thing. Guys, now what you need to do, first of all are able to see this, have opened gallery.io. Can I get quick confirmation? Because your this TypeScript second demo, your challenge will be going to complete within this half an hour. We don't want to do it later on. All have opened. Now what you need to do, when you just clone your keep node decomposition challenge. Guys, are you able to see this plus sign on the right hand side? What you need to do, you need to just click this plus sign. You just give a name to your project. Ajay, I have shared in the chat, beta.
Ma'am, I think it was a private message, direct message.
Sorry, okay. What happens? You just message me not directly to this like. Now click guys all. Wait for Ajay, guys. Wait. Just click on that link. Have you all clone what we call it, your project? Otherwise, you do it later on also. There is no issue. So do okay. You just do it later on. First of all, you just look at the things what we are just going to talk about with this gallery.io. I'm just going to back once again. Now, guys, what you need to do, you just click on this plus sign. In that particular repository, they just give you some images. I just show you into my machine. Okay. There is an image folder and that contains certain images. What you need to do, your that images you need to update here. First of all, just give it a name. I'm just giving keynote demo, just for example. So you just give your boilerplate name over there. Now I'm not getting a. Okay, now once again, just click the plus button. Whatever the images that is given into images folder, you just copy all of those images and just all the images should be here. It's just certain time, if you look at uploading files to untitled collection. If you have given a name, even then it's the untitled collection. So what we just do, we just go outside and give it a name. Upload completes. It just say entitled. So we just give a name to it. I'm just writing keep note demo. You just need to double click on this. It's taking time to come up all of these images. Now you just choose any of the image. I'm just choosing. I'm just now what you need to do, guys. You need to tell in decomposition part. It is a identity. It is a component. It is a composition. How you are able to do it, guys? Are you able to see on this right hand side? There is a one highlight area icon. Can you just reply this highlight area icon? So you need, I'm just going to share this link with you all also, so that you just have experience for the same. You just need to select this area and you just need to, let's take an example. I'm just saying it is in, I'm just commenting it is in identity. Save it.
Yes.
The same this also. Every time, like you need to just
Okay.
okay, guys. In each and every in the like assignment, in each and every images, you need to identify this is the component, this is this, this is this, this is this. Now, if I just share this file with you also, guys, I'm just copy the link and share over the Slack in the mentors note. Just check, are you able to access it or not? Or either I'm just going to change the editor. I think you all are not able to access it. You need to send need permission to access. You just send me the permission. Or otherwise, I need your email ID. Your email IDs are available in that file. No. This check I have given you the permission. As an editor, are you also able to comment? Santosh also. Varsha.
Ma'am, it is showing the same one.
Beta I have given as an editor. For Siddesh, it is loading. Santosh said now. Once again, I'm just giving wait to it. Let me check. Siddesh, check once again, beta. Ajay is also added. Ajay, check. I just got permission from Ajay, Varsha, Santosh. Santosh, check beta now.
Yes, ma'am, it is loading now.
Now, guys, any one of you, please just comment. No issues. Taking time. We just okay. I'm just giving permission to X-ray also. It's not mandatory. Ki all did in. Wait. It's basically I just move now. What happens? I'm not getting that. Wait. Keep me the minute. If you look at guys, the certain editors is also added over there. Ashwara, you have not added it. What happened? I have already given the permission to you.
Ma'am, I refreshed the page, so it is loading now.
Okay, so it might be. If you just look at, someone said, I just commented. Okay, no.
The images are not inserting in it, that folder. Keep note.
Images are not.
Inserting means I have copied, but there is no paste option.
Beta, there is no need to copy, na? What you need to do? Wait a minute. Pranali, na?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I'm just recognizing your voice little slowly, slowly. Wait a minute. I'm also going to load. What happened? Network is quite slow. Hmm. Beta, if you remember, first you need to click this plus button.
Yes.
Once again, you need to click this plus button. One
Okay.
pop-up window occurs.
Then I have to select and then.
Yeah, you need to select all the
Okay.
images over there. Then you are able to do it. Anyone else who are not able to put an images? Okay, some of the candidates. Now, guys, you just select any area and just give comments. Your comments also. These all are the labels they talk about. Where the label occurs.
Ma'am, can you please tell me again how can we see the highlight option?
Okay.
I'm not getting the option.
Because if you just select any image now on right hand side, this highlight option, if you look at, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
You just select this icon and just drag and drop kind of thing. If you just look at in this screen.
I'm not getting the option.
Not getting an option.
You're not getting the right side window or just the option?
Are you getting this window or not?
I'm not getting this window, the highlight window.
Okay. Click on comment.
Click on this comment. But
Yes, got it, ma'am.
got it?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I got near about 12 requests, so I just sent some of the candidates line like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who's left? Who is not able to see? Just tell me.
Mummy, Navneet.
Let me just wait. Whether I just get a request from you? No, I'm not getting any request from you. Sidesh, I did. Santosh, Varsha is here. Aishwarya, Rohini is also. I think Pranali is also not added.
I'm done, ma'am.
Ma'am, can we select any component from your image and comment on it, or
Yes,
we can
yes.
just?
No. You are also do it. Sir. That's why, like, my purpose is so that you are able to handle. You know how to give comments and that also. In your that keep note challenge, Amuna, so you need to do one thing. You just need to put your images over there, and you just need to comment. See, this is identity. This is this. This is this.
Okay. And ma'am, on your image, the file that you shared, so we click on this highlight option,
Yes.
highlight area, and then
Yeah, you just highlight area and you just drag and just
okay.
like this. You just give comment over it.
Okay.
In each and every image, you need to do the same thing. This is the only challenge in this. It will not take more than half an hour. So do one thing. We don't want a backlog for this, guys. All are able to put images. First of all, just tell me this thing, guys. certain things are the like labels, these all things if we just talk about.
Ma'am, I have sent you a request. Please approve.
Okay. Wait a second. Deepak request are there. Hmm. Hmm. Now the we type is okay. You don't need to send the request, but you just need to do it this particular part. I think now you just comment corresponding to this, what is this, what is this, according to that, so that you have idea about that also. Navneet, I think now you are able to access data.
Yes, ma'am, I got that.
Okay. Deepak also, Rohini also, Ajay, Santosh, and now this data access from Sri Hari also. Guys, can you just check whether are you able to give a comment or not on this?
Ma'am, we can give comment on your photo, but we cannot select the elements. We cannot highlight them.
Okay, you are able, like, you are just you are just giving me certain, like on one, you are just checked, you are just giving visible and something like, yeah. Now, guys, what you got idea about what you need to do? Can I get quick response in the chat? For every image, you need to do the same thing. Let's take this image. Guys, can you just tell me things to be done? What is this? Guys, we don't need to work with atom molecules and that all. We just need to work with component design module here. It means we need to just tell about identity, element, component, composition, layout, and page. Can anyone answers to this things to be done today?
Means we have to identify which is element, which are the components, which
Yes,
composition.
yes. We need to identify all of from those 6 things, and you just need to drag and just drag a icon, just write for names over there. Just give the comment.
Okay.
So I think it will not take more than half an hour to do it finish right now. At least for one challenge is completed in this case. Guys, all are able to drag the images. Anyone else who is not able to drag the images? Any doubt over there? Today, you send one link in the chat.
Yes, ma'am. Means whatever solution whatever we are solving here, we need to share that link to you.
Not right now. I just tell you how you need to just share that.
So I had sent you that.
Okay, you need to give me the access for the same.
I had given you. Means I had added your mail there
Okay.
from that GitHub. That same mail I have added.
you have added, I'm not able to like. I think you need to just give me the access by one. You got one mail and you need to just add me as well. And all one more thing, you don't need to give us our access. We just randomly pick two, three candidates and just check whether they did like that. And after that, we just decide how. Either you just take a screenshot and just put it over back or not. That.
Okay, okay.
Now, guys, you just carry on your work. On this particular challenge, please complete it. 4:30, we are just going to connect corresponding to this, and we just take any of the person on a machine on a remote, and we just going to talk about this. Discuss about this is this, this is this. That is fine, guys. Need share your screen, beta.
Ma'am, can you see the screen?
Not right now, it's just yeah. Just click. You have added this image. Okay. Just click. Select this image. Select. If you see the this no, no, just go out. You just click the button. There is one red icon over there.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, got this.
You just get
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'll be adding the images.
images and just I have shared the link also. With the help of that, you are able to do.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Welcome back, guys. Can I get the confirmation from your end, guys? Are you available? Yes. Thank you, guys. So now we'll be discussing about our next challenge. Okay. So this is similar, is exactly the same what Anjali discussed.
Johnson,
Yes.
they have already started working on this.
Yeah.
But we need to just check whether they did something or not. We need to debrief, not briefing.
Okay. I'll check.
You just take any of their machines on a like remote and check what they did over there.
Around. Okay.
I have already briefed, na?
Okay. Okay, Rohini, I will start from you. Rohini, have you started working on it?
Yes, sir. Hello?
Yeah, can you share your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes. So you just started working.
No, sir. One images I finished.
You are working on second image.
Yes, sir.
You have marked only elements. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Johnson, as we want that much, or we want on every image at least 5 or 6 things. If it is repeated, they don't need to repeat it. What do you say?
Yeah, it will be good one if they have very 5 or 6 maximum.
Guys, what you need to do, if you look at any image, it contains identity, component, composition. You just only define those 6 properties on one page. If it is repetition, there is no need to declare each. As if you look at in front of you, Rohini have repeated, this is element, it takes time taking. Necessary. I don't want you just waste a lots of time on this challenge.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So you just declare on every image those 6 things if you look at. If only the 2 things is visible, then you just give only 2 comments over there. Not more than that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Rohini. Okay, Rohini, you can stop sharing your screen.
Okay. Okay.
And Ajay, what about you?
Yes, sir. I am able.
Ajay, your voice is breaking.
Sir, host is disabled participant.
Okay, check now.
Sir, I have given the permission. Johnson, I'm just making you as a host. Okay. Wait.
Yeah, okay. I'm already co-host, right?
I also allowed them to share the screen, but I don't know why they are not able to. I'm just making you as a host. Now, Johnson, you have host permissions.
Okay. Ajay, can you stop sharing your screen and restart it again? I think Ajay is having network issue. Okay, what about Varsha? Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Have you started or you have provided only 4 for this? What about the second image? Vash. Ajay?
Sorry, sir, I was on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I was speaking, but I was on mute. Actually, identify the element and identity. I was not able to identify the component or composition, so I moved to the next image.
Okay. So if you have any doubt,
Yes,
just
sir, actually, I have doubt like in this how what exactly is a component. I understand what is component through that link, but
okay.
how to select, like how to know that this is component?
You
Because
go the same process. Click on this marker.
yeah, that I know. The component is like the cards or something. So
Yes.
what is this? I'm not able to understand because the grids. That's
Which one you're asking? The green color or
green one, sir.
yeah, it
That
is
is
component.
component. Yeah. So that is card, sir, like this one.
But it is in different color. Even Big Brother is the same.
In a card. Okay.
Yes.
Now I understood.
And the next picture, I think we'll be having composition.
Because composition I read it's a combination.
Yeah, I think the next picture, right? Third or sorry, fourth, fifth one. Fifth one.
Has more components.
Yes.
That is, I think, composition.
So altogether, this is one composition. Okay, Vashal. So try to have at least 5 markers for each image. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you can stop.
Okay.
Ajay, you can continue. Hello, Ajay. Yes.
Yes.
Ajay, I think there is an issue with your network. Your voice is breaking, Ajay. Screen is not visible. Just started, but it is showing the blank screen. Okay, Ajay, no problem. You can stop sharing your screen. I think there is an issue with your network. Screen is still not visible. Okay. Okay, Deepak, can you share your screen?
Yes, sir. That is visible.
Okay, you have provided 11 markers. Okay.
Yes, sir. Wrapped and done all of the images.
You're done with all images. Yeah. Component. Which one you have marked as composition? I cannot. Okay. Okay. This
Yeah.
sixth one is composition.
Sir, and search bar.
Sixth one is component. Seventh one is composition. Seventh one is the entire layout, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First one. Okay, fine, Deepak. I think you can update this URL on the sheet.
Okay, sir.
Challenge is completed.
So I'll upload the this link or
You need to.
lab link.
You can provide this link because we cannot upload anything.
Okay, sir.
Aishwarya, have you completed?
But you
No, sir.
request the permission, me and Johnson both. Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
If anyone wants to look at then. Like, please, you should over there like just type. I have given one separate tab for that same for Angular.
Yes, Aishwarya.
Yes, sir. Shall I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share.
Sir, I have a question. How do we identify the identity?
You want to know how to identify the ID element.
Identity, like how can I locate an identity? Through the link that ma'am shared, it was written that typefaces, typography, primary, secondary colors. That is what was written there, but I couldn't understand clearly that what is actually an identity.
Okay. Think of a Zoom application. Okay, a Zoom page. Okay. So it will be having a color scheme of blue color and white color. Throughout any page inside Zoom URL, it will be in the combination of blue and white, right?
Right.
Even the icons or whatever it is. Okay. So the idea of identity for Zoom is blue and white.
Oh.
In terms of color. Okay. Similarly, the font, it will have a unique font. If you check this, keep note, they are following a dark mode. I think you can open the browser and look for a Google Keep. You can search for it. So now it is without dark theme. Okay. So here the ID for this Google Keep is white color and the scheme which they are following, it will be uniform for all the pages.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Here it is just dark theme, that's why it is in black color. So it will be uniform. So those are identity for that particular page.
Okay, sir. Understood.
One more thing, Ashwara, if you just see beta glyphicon icons na somewhere. Like for Facebook, small icons or something like we just talk about it. Those are also an identity, na?
Okay. Okay. Okay, ma'am. So, for example, this icon for keep notes.
Yes.
Will be an identity.
Okay. Yeah, it is an identity.
Okay, ma'am. So I have done this, and one more question, sir. So I have defined this as a composition.
Okay.
Is it correct?
Yeah, it is having more than one component, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. And then, okay. Yes, this is also complete. I will continue after this.
Okay. So you have completed for 3 pictures.
No, sir. Two.
Two. Okay, Shreya, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What about Srihari? Srihari?
Yes, sir. I started working on it, but I was following atomic composition. I marked as atom molecule like that. I need to correct it. Yes, sir.
Srihari, please utilize the time wisely. Okay.
Yes.
So if you have completed this by now, you will have time to learn or complete your other tasks.
Yes.
So make it fast, Srihari. Give some excuses, okay. So Navneet.
Yes, sir.
Have you started?
Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen?
So can you see my screen?
Yes.
I have done it for all the images, but I think I am lacking. Like I have defined only 4 to 5 in every image.
Make it at least 5, okay?
Yes, sir. This is for first. This is for the second. Sir, one thing. This whole image can be defined as a page now.
Whole?
Sir, full image can be defined as a page.
Yes.
So in this picture, I have defined this as a page.
5. 5 is you have marked only a part of it. Okay, anyways.
Yes, sir. I haven't marked the full image as page. This should be the composition, and the full image is should be the page.
So correct it. Okay.
Yes, correct it. And so this is one is the component, and these all are the composition.
Third one, again you mark this page. Okay, correct them.
Yeah, so third one is the page, but I have to extend it, yeah, to the full image.
Okay, now.
So I have made mistake in marking the page.
You need to correct that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Namit, thank you. Renali, can I have your update?
I'm sharing this thing. I have done for 2-3 pages.
One is composition or pages, the one you selected now.
Where?
Yeah, this
In
one.
this?
Yeah.
This is a collection of components, so it will be composition, but I think there are pages.
Yeah, correct it.
Because in the slide, sir, the pages are many components like pages, na?
No.
This structure is like pages. This.
I need to check the URL. I think it is a collection of different images.
This page is a different collection of images.
No. What you showed in the page, web page, the URL. So each one is a page.
Huh. Okay.
So correct it, really.
Okay. Yes.
Pranali, if you look at beta, if you just completely choose, it is a page. But if you just see here, it is a grid base kind of thing is over there.
Yes.
If you just completely look at art, you just talk about
This is page. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Anjali, what she did is she compared with the image in the URL shared. It was a collection of different images. She took it as a different way.
That's that I have understood.
I will correct it now.
Okay. At least you just do not your this particular task at least finish now.
It will complete in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Pranali. Santosh.
Yes, sir. This is the first one.
For 4 images.
I think yes, sir. 5 to 6. Sir. Hello.
Yeah. Santosh.
Sir, I have given this as a component. Is it okay, sir?
Which
All
one?
these 4. This.
Yeah, it is okay.
5th one.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
And I gave it for the entire 9th one is the layout. Or it should be a composition, sir.
It should be a composition, yes.
Okay. Okay.
You have not marked identity.
Okay, sir. I will do it. I think I did not recognize.
Yeah, mark them out. Okay.
Yes, sir. I gave this as a component, sir. First one.
Component.
This
composition is
second one.
Second one. Okay.
Third one I gave it as a layout. Is it okay, sir? Or it should be a composition again?
It's okay. It's okay.
And the fourth one is complete entire page.
Page. Okay. Okay, Santosh.
Yes,
Fine. So try to complete other images also.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Johnson, sorry to interrupt you. Just Johnson, it might be I'm not available for nearby 15 to 20 minutes. I'm just connecting to IT guy.
Okay.
I just might say I need to start the machine. Restart.
Okay.
You are the co-host, so then you just manage it.
Okay, Anjali. Okay, Santosh. One thing, please add your enrollment number without fail. Okay. Okay, you can stop sharing your screen, Santosh. Next, I think I've checked almost all of you guys. So, okay, guys, you can start working on this. We are available online. And start working on your morning practice exercise also, except the decorator part. Is it clear, guys? Okay, guys.